A warm welcome to everyone. My name is Biplar Srivastava, and welcome to the AI Institute, University of South Carolina, everyone. So today, what we are doing is an outreach event themed on how to have senior citizens safe and independent. This is, of course, who wants to be called seniors? So everyone and no one, okay? So we wanted to have a working definition and considers themselves 55 and above, okay? Uh, so that's just for a definition purpose, but we are very glad you are here. This is supposed to be a event for with two purposes. One is to help seniors understand what AI technology is. And the second thing is to help us in the universities, the researchers, what are some of the unique needs this population has so that we can use that in our research. Okay. So with that, I want to tell you a little bit about the event and then have the university and AAAI, the main trigger for this event, to the representatives from there to give a few words, and then we'll kick off the day. Okay. By way of logistics, you are in the main seminar room. If we get out of space, there is an overflow area, okay, where we can also sit in a casual manner, and the Zoom, the same thing is happening there. But that's just for logistic purpose. The restrooms are behind. There is food, and we, thanks to our sponsors, very generous sponsors, we will be able to feed you 3 times a day, okay? And with cuisine, which is changing from West to Middle East to East, okay? So stick around if you're here for the food only. Okay, so a little bit about what I want to ensure, because we are coming from different backgrounds. This is an academic event and also a professional event. So I know we all have gripes about everything going on in the world, but at university, we follow something called the Carolina Creed. So I want to just show you this. I'm sure everyone is following it, but I just wanted to make sure the expectations are very clear. Okay? The second thing is, don't think of this as the end of the conversation. This is only a beginning of the conversation. We have a packed agenda, and you may hear things, right, which intrigues you. There are marker pens on the board near at the back and the side. Write your question. We'll try to make sure in the sessions we are addressing them. Okay. So I know people don't want to sit. Just feel free to move around, write on the board, come back and do it. Okay. This is the beginning of a conversation. The second thing is, let us try to stick to time as much as we can. Okay. Make new friends, continue the discussion. And let's co-create better solutions. Okay, that's the theme. Let's constructively do new things for independence and safety. I also want to say that we started off with 50 people, then I had to extend the capacity to 85 people, and now we have to stop it. So 85 people are registered with the sold out, and we have about 15 more people, volunteers and organizers and so on, right? So we are very thankful for the interest which has been shown, and a lot of people around the state and nearby who have expressed it. So with this, I would like to, and yeah, so I told you about the writing on the boards on the marker. So with this, I would like to, yeah.
You're dealing with people who have some hearing challenges, so I don't know whether it can be some kind of interpretation.
Okay, I will check this thing. Okay, I'm sorry about it. We'll try to be louder, but we will try to get hold of that issue. Thank you for bringing it up. Okay, so what I will do is, we'll get on with the program. I would like to welcome Stephen Smith, who is a professor at CMU and also the president of Association for Advancement of AI, AAAI, which is the biggest AI organization working in this area, professional organization. So I would like to welcome him and address the audience. So again, I need to figure out how to do this thing in Zoom.
Hello, everyone. Can you see me?
Hi, Steve.
What's that?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
Anyone can help me? I can't see his.
Stop your screen sharing.
Yeah, that'll
Stop
do it.
screen share.
Yeah.
There is no.
On right bottom. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the event. I'm the president of AAAI, the Association for the Advancement of Artificial Intelligence, who is a co-sponsor of the event. Just for your background, AAAI is the premier scientific society dedicated to advancing the scientific understanding of the mechanisms underlying thought and intelligent behavior and their embodiment in machines. We were founded in 1979. Currently, we're an international organization, over 8,000 members. The official AAAI mission is to advance and integrate safe and responsible AI to benefit society. And the AAAI vision similarly captures this kind of perspective. Our vision is humanity thriving, empowered by AI. So the AAAI pop-up event program was established. This is actually the first year of it, designed to educate, engage, and empower general audiences on topics related to AI. This year we received 33 proposals, of which 7 were chosen and funded. And this is one of them, and we're very excited about this program. So I don't want to hold things up anymore, but I hope you have a great day, and I'm looking forward to it myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And Steve will also be a panelist in the AI session later in the morning. So I would like to move on and have Shannon Means from the Provost Office. She's the Vice Provost at our university, to welcome you and tell you a little bit more. Shannon, please.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Thank you so much. I'm excited to see this crowd. It's just a privilege to stand up here and welcome you to this institute on behalf of the leadership here at the University of South Carolina, and specifically my boss and provost, Dr. Marianne Fitzpatrick, who is a pioneer, a trailblazer of her own, probably 50 years going on in leadership experience and work in higher ed. So it's fun to learn and grow under her. It's especially fun to see this crowd. I'm curious, do we have any Gamecock alumni in here? I think I even walked in with one. So great to have you back on campus and so forth. So I'm going to just give a few comments again, just to welcome and get into this day with you. I am a card-carrying member of AARP, and based on your definition, Biplop, I'm one of you. So I look forward to learning today. So in preparation this morning, I was like, so what comments would I like to say to this group? Because I'm normally engaged with a traditional age student on our campus in my day-to-day work. What would I say to an audience that I already just have a profound respect for the lives that you've lived and contributions you've made? And so I said, well, what better way to do this than to ask ChatGPT? And so I did. I said, would you draft for me 5 minutes of remarks, introductory remarks for an AI institute focused on seniors, and tailor it for a speaker who believes in our senior population as trailblazers, as parents, as pioneers, as visionaries, and some of our best storytellers? What would we say to them? And so ChatGPT tells me that we should start with a greeting and a welcome. And it should say something like, we are thrilled to have such an inspiring group of individuals here, people who had shaped communities, industries, and families, and who now stand at the forefront of a new era of technology. And I was like, I don't know that I could say that any better to you. So thank you, ChatGPT. Well, what would be the purpose for a day like today? And what would we say to this audience? And it says, our mission today is simple, yet profound, to bridge generations through innovation. AI is not just about algorithms and machines. It's about people. It's about empowering every individual, regardless of age, to thrive in a world that is rapidly evolving. Seniors are not just participants in this journey. You are leaders, mentors, and they chose my words, storytellers, whose wisdom can guide how we design and use technology responsibly. And again, it's like, that is what I hope this day is about. And that is what it means to me to stand here and discuss this purpose with you. And so I had fun with this exercise. It gave me some more tidbits. I want to say, I also said, so why? Why seniors? Why should seniors be interested and understand AI technology? And the answer is clear, according to ChatGPT. AI has the potential to enhance quality and life in ways that matter deeply. Healthcare, accessibility, lifelong learning, and even social connection. It gave me some examples. Fall detection systems that alert caregivers instantly if someone needs help. I, as a new member of South Carolina, have been here about 2 years. I left my parents back in Kentucky. They are moving along in their life journey and not getting any younger. And so I worry about them and their own care. My mom definitely would be sitting here in this crowd today with you. She is innovative, she's thinking, she's always moving forward and trusting technology. My dad, not so much. He's, he is the flip phone. I don't need this. I talked to him recently. I'm like, Dad, my daughter, she's playing great on the softball team. You could stream and just watch her on your smart TV. And I was like, never mind. Never mind. A different conversation. He's like watching wondering what ball games and so forth. I'm like, you can just ask Alexa. We have Alexa in the house, anyone? I was like, ask Alexa. She'll tell you what the best games are and what time they come on. You don't have, so never mind that. Never mind. Just ask me. I'll ask Alexa and then I'll call you and tell you what to watch. But anyway, so those kinds of anecdotal stories are, of course, real to all of us. I am thrilled again to see so much interest in this kind of opportunity today. I'm thrilled that my institution offers this kind of education and support, and I'm going to be here today learning with you. So thank you very much for participating, and look forward to talking to you in the break.
So I will like to thank Steve and Shannon for their opening comments. Now we are going to have an open discussion on what AI means to us, the audience. Okay, so leading this discussion will be Bryant Walker-Smith. He is an internationally known expert on AI and policy, especially in transportation. So he's from the law school, and also is Dr. Amanda Rebar, who is also a co-organizer of this event from Public Health, who is into exercise sciences. So she will not let us sit. She will make us. So what I want you to do is these guys will lead the discussion. Okay.
Thank you so much. So hi, everybody. I'm Bryant Walker-Smith. I teach students generally in their mid-20s, and about half of them are terrified about generative AI. I had to drag some of them into trying it out. Yes, law.
I wish we had more students trying to drag them.
It's a split. And one of the things I tell them is the best thing you can learn in school is to be a lifelong learner, because you can't stop. And so kudos to all of you for minimizing that, for being those lifelong learners. And I think we're here in this session to learn from you what you want in this program.
Agreed. I'm really excited to hear what you guys expect, what you want to hear about, but also what you're worried about. Things that these experts in the room can help address some of the concerns. So
Amanda
Oh,
and
Bigler.
Brian, just some comment
Us.
from the Zoom, okay?
Yes.
Just comment from the Zoom that speak more clearly because
Oh,
some
I
people are
feel
not
it.
able to hear that.
Okay,
Number two,
Where's our
repeat the
mic?
questions. It's all over the place.
okay, yeah, we'll repeat the questions.
And repeat it
Got it.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay.
All right, so do we have can we move to, oh, you got me.
in just a moment.
There we go. So I thought I'd just give us some guiding questions, but we can take this wherever we want. So where do you guys see AI? Do you use it? When do we use it? Let's hear, maybe hands raised. We want to do the traditional classroom. Yeah, go ahead.
And would you tell us your name? too,
Great idea.
If you're comfortable. with it?
I am Albert Watson. I am the leader of a committee right now that is doing liaison between elected officials and the present officials in two towns that I should not name either. But, I use it constantly.
Really? Great.
Real
Here.
fast thing to do. The last thing I made, I was requested to do a thank you letter for a group that invited the upcoming mayor and council members. And I created a thank you letter from them, and then I asked it, can you make a graphic of the Wagner Sally School with a war eagle and Wagner County?
Wow, she's graphic
And
designing.
It did great. It's also written music. It has applied for patents. I love, and I can feed it paperwork and ask for a summary of an 83-page. I just love it. I just love it.
Yeah, so the comment was that she loves it. She uses it all the time. She uses it for letters, templates, for graphics, and for summarizing reading. It's great to hear.
Speeches.
Speeches. What else we got? What do we think? Yes, sir.
This may be selfish, but I've gone to Meta and ChatGPT, but I constantly see AI predicting stocks that are gonna go up, not the ones that I pick that go down. So,
Yeah,
so I was just curious, how does that work and how can we participate?
great question. Okay.
Okay, so you talked about investing and the opportunities and perhaps risks of generative AI.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a major one. Absolutely. Yeah.
Doris is the name.
Hey, Doris.
Okay, I want to do, as a form of forensic audit. To take bank statements possibly and see if they have actually been accurately handled, well, not accurately, but actually see if they've been done.
Oh, interesting. So quality checks of forensics and wow, that's a big okay.
I think it can be. I mean, I kept thinking about it and I thought, this ought to be done from what I'm learning, because I'm still learning this. I guess everyone is.
Yeah, we all are. Yeah.
It was just thought, why can't I put that information in there and see what happens?
Wow, that's great. Such exploratory, open to it. Are there any feelings that aren't as positive? Some fears or concerns or worries? We got a pro AI crowd. Yes.
She wants me to say something.
Yeah, let's hear it.
This is my mother.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, this is my mother, and I do not. I
Okay.
use my lesson, but I don't use this. I don't know how to work it. So I just have my mother do it.
Oh, that's great.
And during the election, she's a blog. And it's
Oh.
a political blog, and during the election, she used it to make, political cartoons. And
Wow.
all kinds of stuff. They were really good.
Now,
I didn't know how to use it.
does she charge you for her service?
Yeah.
I used to be a chef, I cooked for her.
Taking a point.
You got the update.
So the comment was that she doesn't use it herself, but she gets her mom to do it for her. That's great. Fabulous.
In yesterday's Washington Post, they analyzed thousands of comments and conversations that were available on ChatGPT. I don't know if anybody read this, but it struck me that some people are using it for good night ChatGPT. I love you. I
For
look
the
forward
social
to seeing you
connection.
tomorrow, and ChatGPT answers, oh, I love you too. I mean, what is up with that?
That's- Yeah, so so she brought up the fact that there's that social connection. So some people are using it to connect. And even if you don't, like I use it all the time and I feel good about like it validates you regardless of what you put in. ChatGPT does, so I like it. But yeah, that's a really important issue to address is what's it doing to our social connections and is it good? Is it bad? Does it have a place? Great points. Thanks.
I'm Karen,
Karen.
and I used ChatGPT to set up a writing camp for little girls for my niece with fun to organize it. So I used it to structure and how to market it, and I mean every question I asked, it was just phenomenal.
Wow. Yeah, so helping being more productive and helping others be more productive. I gotta lean on my family more. This is, I didn't know we could do outsource. This is great. That's fantastic.
Please.
So
Hi.
I'm Melissa.
Alyssa?
Melissa,
Melissa, pleasure.
and I'm concerned about young people and how
Me
they,
too.
aren't really outdoors, they're not like out with friends, everything is so much on the phones all the time online. This is another way that they're gonna continue to do that.
Mm.
To be more and more in touch with their electronics and not with real life, what I call natural.
Yeah.
life.
Yeah. So
So-
the point is it more of a draw to disassociate from the real world and be drawn into screens, especially with the younger generation? Interesting. Yeah.
And also, what are some of the other, besides chat GPT, what are some of the other ones that you might benefit from?
Great. Yeah. So beyond ChatGPT and the ones that are well branded, what else is there? Yeah.
That maybe our needs.
So there, yeah, that's exciting. Okay, great.
Oh, please, and I'll also say, if you are on Zoom and you'd like to put a comment in chat, I can read those.
All over it.
Thank you, please. Hey, Betty.
If you are uploading medical information or financial information, once you get that answer, where does that go?
Great question. So it's a question about where's the data going? Should we care? Yeah, great point. That'll definitely be addressed by people more knowledgeable than me.
Have you uploaded medical information or things?
Yes,
Interesting.
and it's been great, but then
Yeah.
I wonder, where's it going?
Mhm.
Is it some cloud? Is it?
So-
Is it stored?
So Betty, we have been uploading data to the web anyway. If you do Google search, just kind of as a reminder, we'll address this during the day. But I just wanted to tell you that this is nothing new.
We're just inputting.
Unwittingly, we have been
Interesting.
doing it. And in fact, Google search is the best predictor of flu season in the world.
That's amazing.
Think about it. This is a known thing that Google search, right? Just based on the analysis of that data, they can predict flu season better than anyone else.
Wow, that's great. Thanks.
In fairness, I've never uploaded a photo of a skin rash to Google, but I have to, yeah.
Yeah. Fair.
Mhm.
That's a
I'm-
great point.
Oh, yes.
I'm not gonna dominate this, I promise, but I have used it, and then I wanted to go back and edit something. that I used. And they said, you will have to download the picture again, we do not save it. Now, if I save it on my computer, then I have it, but nowhere on chat has they saved anything in any, unless I put it in a folder, a project, do they save it? I don't know where it goes, but I know it's not there.
Yeah. So the points being raised is that it's what, when you leave a session and come back, it starts anew, or does it? Where's the data go? It doesn't seem like it's they tell me it's not being saved.
It will tell you
Yeah.
that they don't save pictures.
But
they
I've,
will
yeah,
save something you're working on.
interesting. Okay.
Please.
Well, you had mentioned what are the fears?
Yeah.
with AI. And I do have a fear that I'm watching something that comes up on either Facebook or TikTok that's coming up. And I know that this is totally false information, but some people think, oh, this must be accurate or must be right. Somebody's talking about, let's say, a weight loss, or somebody's talking about, this person said this when they didn't. BBC is right now in a problem.
Mm.
How do we combat the false AI?
And can we get your name on the second round?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't do it. Harold Meister.
Harold, pleasure. Thank you. Yes, years ago, I fell for that. I saw an article and I promptly sent it over to reporters saying, I didn't know about this and I didn't know about it because it wasn't true. Yeah.
So some concerns there are misinformation and how do we tell what's real and what's not and what's AI generated and what's not? Great points.
Of those who have used ChatGPT or another generative AI tool, and remind me, who has used generative AI, ChatGPT, Gemini? Okay. Have you found any instances where you get incorrect information? Yeah, what was your experience?
I was looking up some information about medical condition, some of the condition not correct.
Ooh,
Oh, some inaccurate medical information. That's massive, right?
And Stephen is a doctor.
Yeah. Don't be looking that up. Yeah, well, and that you know that you can quality check it, right? That's my concern is I'm going, okay, when I do this, I can look in that and go, that's not right. But what about the next generation? What about our students who are using it?
Patient that had type of cancer, he was asking questions about, what's the most likely diagnosis, and it was totally wrong. It was an unusual kind of cancer, but has a much more benign condition. Just kind of telling them they were stage 4 and get ready, get your life in order, and turns out it's something that has a 10-year prognosis.
So they don't have to get their life in order quite yet. Yeah, there's medical information, getting advice from the ChatGPT or other language learning model. Yeah, it's huge.
I've found that the best uses for me are when I'm criticizing it or it's criticizing me.
You're not doing this right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is interesting because I do a lot of statistics and data analysis. It'll give me code and I go, that's not right. And you're like, you're right, good catch. I'm like, you knew this. But it's, iterative, interesting.
So one anecdote I wanted to mention was here we need to get cleaning done. And for the last 1 week, I've been talking to the administration, especially people on the ground, using something called Google Translate. So they just take up the phone and they say, okay, say whatever you want. They convert it to Spanish, Chinese, whatever, and vice versa. Have you guys done that ever?
Oh, wow, great.
That is everyday AI.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Yes.
AI uses the existing knowledge that's out there for eons of years.
Do they need us here?
There's future knowledge coming.
Great point.
So who's creating the knowledge?
Yeah,
If-
we're based on what we already have in our data.
Yeah. AI is like a funhouse mirror, right? It reflects the world back at you in distorted, weird ways. Yeah. Those of you who haven't necessarily sought out or used ChatGPT, I'm curious, what brought you here? Is it curiosity? What are you looking to get out of today's event?
Just to learn how to use
Louder,
it.
please.
That I want to be able to do what she does.
Okay.
To keep up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I mean, I just don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
Keep up with your mom.
My name is Renee and I am here because of fear
Hmm.
of AI and what it can and cannot do and what it will do with what I'm trying to do.
Renee, that's beautifully said. Thank you for sharing. She mentioned that she's here for fear of what it can do, what it can't, how it's going to impact me. I'm right there with you. I use it regularly and I'm still going, I don't know, where are we going?
Yeah.
My name is Betty,
Betty?
and my concerns are similar to hers. It's just that I'm fear too, but I want to know. I don't want to be in fear. I want to know about AI. I do see questions come up about the translation stuff. I purposely avoid it because I don't know what's going to be happening with it. So I kind of just go in and use my own knowledge for a lot of things. I know I could use AI, but I don't want to become AI dependent.
Yeah.
And that's why, and I work with children in schools. I don't want them to become AI dependent. I want them to use their own natural learning skills. that's a support system, yes, but they need to be who they are and not depend on computer or something else to make life easier. They need to learn, yes. It's good to have it as supporting things. And that's for me as an older person. I'm older, yes, but I want to know what's out there to help us as senior citizens age and become seniors and have a better time or an easier time doing it. Okay, that's a whole lot to say.
I love that. You
Doing it.
want AI to empower people, not disempower people.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and especially our young people, becoming dependent on it. We don't know what the future holds for them. We know what we get to do to get where we are. We don't want to be as hard, but I don't want them to become dependent on something, like he said, where is it coming from? That question mark, the question mark, who is this? What is
Yeah.
this?
Thank you for the question.
Yes.
Very, very important question.
Yes,
And this is not for just the esteemed panelists here, but for the people who are also speakers during the day. So
Yeah.
I want to tell you that we have session after this on what other areas of AI is there. Then we have experts from the law school. Bryant is of course here, but others who and from
Better ones.
Yeah.
no, from the courts and who actually practice, who are going to say what they are doing, because those incidents are very much on the rise. Then we have experts on cyber security in the bank, and we had one from the election commission also, but he has fallen sick, but others. And finally, in health. And eventually in the afternoon, the first session we'll have is, can we avoid AI? So this one is, what do you think?
Yeah.
But I'm not suggesting that we should avoid, but we should use technology just as any other hammer we have, right? Not overdo it, not underdo it.
Yeah.
So thank you for the question, but we are, yeah.
So there are also some questions online. I want to bring those in. So someone mentioned that they have used generative AI during foreign travel, perhaps translation, but maybe for itineraries or advice. Another question is, I'd like to know when something is AI generated versus real.
Yeah.
How do I distinguish that? If I could ask a question for you all as we're looking toward the next sessions. What would a successful day mean for you today? So as you walk out here this afternoon full of lots of food, what do you want to know, or what do you want to have different based on today? What would be a good day for you? Please,
I
thank you.
just want a lot of information.
Oh, you're in the right place.
Just, keep going with just everything we can possibly learn about it in many different areas.
It's really exciting for me. My background's in psychology, and I just love that what I'm hearing is there's a lot of uncertainty and fear, but also that brings you to wanting to know more instead of avoiding it, which is so great. I think that's a great perspective. Glad you're here. Yeah.
I'm curious about the boundaries I can take with this. In other words, I can write something with ChatGPT that sounds really good. But I'm worried about the legality of some of the things I might write. Can I share it on the public, and is a good defense? Well, ChatGPT wrote it. I need to know that because I put out a lot of information.
It's a great point. So the legal consequences, which we'll have experts here talking about that. It's a great point. We face it as professors all the time with students. Where's the line of they're using it as an assistant versus they wrote the paper for it?
Yes.
My name's Carl. I'm interested in, please don't take this the wrong way or anything, but everyone in this room is very mobile and very agile, educated, and pretty well influential. My concern is the little couple out there that uneducated. How can AI help them? And that's what I'm here to find out is how can I help them to use AI in a very basic manner, not like I've used it for, developing speeches and that kind of thing, but just the basics, like the medication administration, that I'm very interested in, and anything else along those lines.
Was it great? I'm sorry. Is that right? Great. Carl, not even, sorry, Carl. That's a great question. So he's talking about, we call it in health, we call it health disparities. But the idea is this just gonna make the better off and the worse off, right? Is it gonna increase that gap? And how do we make sure that it's being useful for everyone, which is a wonderful question. I wish more of the world thought that way. Yeah, and I think one point that we need to raise is a lot of what we've talked about is, I'm going to speak out of my expertise, and it's scary because Biplov's here, and there's my program. But so we're talking about language learning models, right? About using a lot of for text, but there's other AI. I'm a math stats person, so is there other examples of where you may have come across it, or you wonder if, I wonder if computers are running this or predicting what I'm doing or giving me an output based on my past behavior, something where it's more about that instead of generating new stuff or stuff that regurgitated stuff?
So I want to just mention one of the triggers for me
Yeah.
for this event. And of course, I have worked for 30 plus years in this area, but my mother-in-law, very nice woman, very tech, not tech savvy, but she has a master's, in the 50s. She would ask me, what will happen with this deep fake? And what it is doing with the Indian election. And I would be scratching, why are you working in something? Why don't you do something better? And then my daughter would ask me, why are you working in an area which will make people lose jobs?
Oh.
Okay, how do you answer to those questions? And it actually is a reflection. No one wants to do a bad job, right? Everyone has worked in their profession. No one wants to do in an area which impacts the society in a bad way. So what can we do? So that's the kind of question we keep hearing. And how can we reach out to them? So I don't think we have the answers, but as I mentioned, we want to have the beginning of the discussion. I don't think we have those discussions enough.
And we appreciate you doing this. It's so exciting.
No, I'm just wanted to kind of
Yeah,
tell you
great.
that these questions resonate around the world. That was the point.
Yeah.
And across ages. That's what.
Yes, please.
My name's Jen. So along those lines, a couple of weeks ago, I asked AI what were the plans for the people who were losing their jobs.
Oh.
And I got sort of a hand governmental public service announcement back. So I was busy, I had an appointment, and so I said, okay, AI, we're gonna revisit this conversation in the future.
Do better next time. Yeah, it's a great point.
Yeah.
So that's talking about thinking through arguments and philosophies and trying to predict the future. Yeah, great point. 2 minutes.
And bringing some skepticism to the answers you're getting, which I think is very healthy. Yeah.
All right, so we've got 2 minutes. So I guess what we were going to talk about, which kind of aligned, maybe not perfectly, but general idea is it's already a part of our daily life. So today you're going to hear a lot of examples of where it's being used that you may not see as obviously as you do when you bring up the website and plug it in that way. So that'll be one thing that we can learn about. What else?
I think some of you have talked about real potential benefits, right? Whether investing or competing with your mom or helping other people who may not even have access to these tools yet. And so there are real benefits. At the same time, you've identified, real risks. Also investing, right? Also disempowering.
Legal ramifications, security. Biplov said it's a tool like anything else, so it can be used for good or bad. It's a great point. How do we want to wrap up?
Yeah.
Statement?
Well, I thank you to who was taking notes here, because I think this last one is really valuable, that you all are really speaking up.
Yeah.
And please continue to throughout the day.
You refresh it, I have one that's.
Oh, good. I was gonna say, I think that's my guess of what our conclusion.
Yes, all right, so
I
we
don't
need
know
to
how
let
to
that
refresh
computer,
it.
Biplov, I think, refresh the slides. Thank you, and you're John, right?
Yeah.
Okay, John has also been helping with this event.
It's like our human AI. Yes.
Mhm.
My name is, I'm Sashi.
Sashi, nice to meet you.
Question what I have is, I see a lot of voice modulated messages coming from different sources and video messages coming from different sources, I have difficulty in identifying whether that's real or AI, and how is AI going to help me on my daily life to find out?
Oh, that's such a good point, because we've just been talking about the computer interfaces, but a voice you hear on a phone
Yeah.
could be AI, could be fake.
By the way, yes. So
Yeah.
have you guys experienced that? Yeah.
Mhm,
In casinos, it's all over there too.
mhm.
Okay.
So, oh, yes.
The name is B.O.B.
Oh, you look behind you. Oh, yeah.
B.O.B. The question is, can AI help protect us from scams and certain telecom communications that come across that are known to be suspectful? I mean, a lot of them prey on seniors.
Yeah.
it seems like.
Yeah.
I mean, does AI offer any kind of protection that you can say AI, hey, if I get a call regarding a relative locked up in Turkey, right, can you just?
Check on my family. Yeah.
So can these people scam you or help you from being scammed?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, and this really speaks to the risks and the opportunities, which we're gonna talk about all day. So first, a particular thanks to BitBlog for
Yeah.
caring enough to organize this, to John and the other volunteers for staffing it, and to all of you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, just stay for a few minutes.
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Okay.
So we will now move on. Our plan is to have a 45-minute session on what more is possible in the world of AI. So from the people who have been working in the world of AI, what have they been doing over the last 60, 70 years? It's more than ChatGPT, okay? And so for that, I'm going to welcome a bunch of people. In the room, we have Mike Hughes. So Mike, if you may want to come in, please. We have Marco Valtorta. And I'm going to try to, again, unshare and get people on the, here, Sriram and Steve. Sriram is a professor at UT Dallas, and he's joining while visiting another place. So he's really from across the state. He's in North Carolina right now, but he was from Texas and all kinds of things. Difficult to find him. And Steve is back with us. So we will start the discussion. So if you guys want to sit, and I will put the laptop in front of you so that you can see the audience as well. I want to just start by saying that AI has been there for 70 odd years, and it has excelled very well in the sense that we have used billions of dollars of the government. And we have created trillions of dollars of economy, okay? So you can't crib with anything which has made money, right? But it has done very well when it has been away from people. You talk about war machines, you talk about space, underwater, we have done it. But when it comes to working with people, that is the hardest thing to do, okay? So that is one thing. And what we really want to do is make sure AI delivers on the promise, okay, where it matters. It's good to say that it has done, but when it comes to people, it's creating a havoc in the society. So that is the key point. And with that, we are going to have discussions along two themes, time permitting both themes, otherwise only one theme. One is about getting information and doing something better. So it is like searching, doing recommendation, and so on. And the second one is to taking action in the world. Using Google Map to go somewhere and not find yourself in a ditch. Okay, that's taking action. Finding information, then it's up to the human, whatever they do. So we'll start with the first topic, okay? And I will like the people to give their comments on this and what do they think, okay?
I think you need to unpause your screen sharing because people online can't see it.
Okay, sure.
You could yellow.
Yeah, so Steve, would you like to start? And then Sriram, and then we'll have Mike and Marco in the room. Is that okay?
Sure. So what is the question again?
The question is, great. The question is, what are the potential of AI which people might have not thought about? So for example, you have been working in scheduling and traffic light and so on, right? So do people recognize AI has been around?
Yeah, so I guess I can say a few words about. I've been around a long time, I guess, which is good and bad. But my field of expertise has always focused on sort of automated planning and technologies that kind of support coordination between often large multi-actor systems, that kind of thing. And that area is still active today. Interestingly, it is kind of the one area where tools like Chat
Network
GPT.
issue,
What's that?
it will improve.
Sorry?
Steve, please continue.
Yeah. It's kind of the one area where a lot of the amazing results that folks have been getting from generative AI and ChatGPT and that, it's one area where those tools are not very good. And, it's kind of an ultimate challenge to think about how we can put together the kind. Yeah.
Problem with Steve.
Am I coming through? Is that?
I'm really sorry. No,
Yeah.
this will go wrong. They will go wrong.
There's principle at work.
Yeah.
So it's one area I think where
Can go wrong, will go wrong.
I mean, keep hearing feedback. Is that
Yeah. Now, can you please say again? Yeah. Steve, please.
okay? Sure.
Yeah. You're back now.
Yeah.
I'm really
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, no problem. So what I was saying is the area that I work in, automated planning, scheduling, coordination of large systems. One area we're working in now are automated warehouses, sort of Amazon robots that move around and pack orders. These are capabilities that I guess I was mentioning, the ChatGPT and the generative AI kind of breakthrough aren't really good at. This is sort of the area, one area of debate these days is are we close to what people call artificial general intelligence? That, this sort of human level intelligence. Our machines are reaching that. Personally, I think we have quite a ways to go for that. But you hear opinions in the literature where this is people have it's right around the corner, and if you listen to a lot of the companies, maybe that's part of their hype as well. But I guess on that side, these kinds of techniques that have emerged over the years that are unique and different, sort of ultimately we would like to put together with the kinds of techniques that have emerged in generative AI, do offer a lot of benefit to different everyday activities, and you see them out in the world. One area that I've worked in is real-time traffic signal control in urban environments, and we've built a system that's now in 40 North American cities and continuing to rise, and sort of producing sort of great results in terms of being able to adapt signals in real time to the actual traffic patterns on the road. And so that's just one example and we use essentially scheduling technology at the core. We sort of perceive vehicles approaching the intersection and automatically, sort of project when they're going to arrive at the intersection, and then we essentially schedule the vehicles to move through the intersection, subject to constraints like changing, when you change the signal from one direction to another, you have to insert a certain amount of safety time and so forth. So safety constraints and fairness. But this is just one example, I guess, of the kind of ways that AI can positively impact your lives, your daily lives. I'll stop there and let somebody else talk.
Yeah, Steve, sorry, thank you, Steve. Sriram, would you like to talk about what AI means to you and what are the potential people might have not thought about? And probably 3 to 5 minutes, please.
Yeah. So I I don't have the long experience of Steve or Michael or Marco or for that case Biplav here. I've been working only for 25 years or so on this topic. So I
we are the seniors here, right?
but
Yeah,
look,
rub it in.
when Marco and Michael we had like a pre-meeting, I told them I will sit in a yellow chair or a couch somewhere. I could not quite sit in it, but I have one behind me. I just to show my support. But back to AI, right? We were one of the earliest projects that I started working on was can we develop some sort of an automated reminder system for seniors with Alzheimer's. That was our motivating problem when we started this. When I started my journey, and then it slowly evolved into can we build some desktop assistants, and now I'm doing a lot of work in AI for healthcare. So for me, that's the one area where I think we could have a lot of positive effects is AI for health care. From the way I see AI right now, AI is going to be if I'm very arrogant here, I apologize, but I feel like AI is going to be the new internet. It's going to be all pervasive. It's going to be everywhere. As with any technology, we have to be wary on how to use it, and so that's why all these questions are perfectly in sync with the theme of this meeting. To me, AI has very high potential in healthcare, and AI can transform healthcare by reducing the burden on our hospital, on our clinic system, and instead providing some sort of quick turnaround, particularly into rural areas and stuff. We could actually have remote healthcare, early disease detection, emergency alerts. There is so much potential that one could do with AI for healthcare. Having said that, AI is terrible at causal understanding. It cannot understand causality at all, right? And we have a bunch of papers that and work that we are showing to even simple questions like does A cause B? You can ask the same question to the same system. It's like a moody teenager. It gives you an answer based on the time of the day. I mean, it could be yes, A causes B, no, B causes A. No, A and B are independent. It could very easily say all three outcomes. And we have proof for that. For the same system, the same question, at different times of the day, we get different answers. So we have to be careful in generalizing how well it could be useful. But at the same time, there are a lot of initial promises that we are seeing with AI for healthcare. So as with any technology, I think there's always there's a lot of potential, but we have to understand the limitations. I think I've taken my 3 minutes, so I'll stop here, Biplav.
Thank you, Sriram. Marco?
Okay, so I will jump in a little bit, maybe ahead on the list of things that you have, and I'll start by making a plug for my wife. Okay,
He has to go back to his house.
Yes, I have to go back to my house, and so same last name as me, Valtorta, Valtorta. I'm on the program. First name Laura, Laura. Okay, so Laura Valtorta. If you're taking notes, write the name down, and make a Google search for the movie AI in the Family. AI in the Family, which is available for free on the Fawsome channel. Fawsome spelled Fawesome, Fawsome. So like awesome, but with an F at the beginning. And this movie is an introduction to AI, and it emphasizes one of the points that Biplav made before,
That is, there are different kinds of AI. Okay, in the movie, by the way, if you hit the landing page, you will see a picture of Biplav himself with his wife, who is a PhD student in computer science and artificial intelligence. You probably see her around today. Vandana Srivastava, who's doing research in medical applications of AI, as well as being in a library, working in a library. So one of the messages of the movie is important and for this discussion, and it is that there are really you can really identify two eras of AI. And this is explained best by the oldest member of the panel in the movie, Donald Loveland, who actually was present at the 1956 conference at Dartmouth. That is considered the start of artificial intelligence, where the name was actually selected, and worked on what we now call automated reasoning using logical representations. So this is a typical thing of the initial era of AI. So conversational systems, as was discussed by Professor Smith before, are somewhat are based more on statistical and techniques and recognition of patterns to generate text that is plausible based on representations, implicit representations, statistical representations of existing knowledge, existing texts. For many, many years, the dominant paradigm, the dominant way of doing AI was by using explicit symbolic representations based on logic, the kind of thing that you learn in high school, maybe in a geometry class, where you have to deal with proving theorems about angles, triangles. You explicitly use axioms, use postulates, maybe, and to make this kind of proofs. So this is the kind of research that I and my other colleagues of my generation have really worked with most of the time. I think I'll stop here and let Mike expand.
So being the oldest one here, I'm going to provide sort of a historical perspective. So more than a century ago, my mom worked in a typing pool, a room full of hundreds of people with typewriters. She graduated from that to bookkeeping, which was similar, a room full of 100 people with adding machines. These jobs no longer exist, and probably for a good thing. People have become more capable. And so next sort of computers came along and at some point became affordable enough that most everyone could have one and could use those individually. And then they got networked, and the internet enabled all these computers to work together and for people to communicate and use email, which was a great advance. So the next step along the way was the World Wide Web, and this basically enabled people from their homes everywhere to have access to information around the world. Basically, you had the Library of Congress available in your home, just terrific. Now we have ChatGPT, generative AI, and what that enables is not only can you Google for information, and when you do, you typically get thousands of web pages, and they're listed in some order, basically based on what advertisers think you should see first. But out of these thousands of pages, you rarely find the need to visit more than 2 or 3. And what happens to the rest? Well, you just don't have time or resources to go see those. So the big advantage of things like ChatGPT is that it can take thousands of web pages, all of them, and distill all of that down to 1 paragraph, if that's what you want, or 1 page, or 1 500-word theme for your English class the next day. This is a huge advantage. On the other hand, if you're not careful, you're basically relying on ChatGPT to choose its perspective on all these thousands of web pages. And that might not be your perspective. And so when our vice provost asked ChatGPT to help her provide an introduction to this audience, it provided one that she said basically matched her perspective. That's great. But not necessarily. It could have matched Biplav's perspective, which could have been totally contrary. Probably not. It enables a sort of something that you wouldn't be able to do on your own. But you have to realize there are all these other perspectives, and yours is one of many, and ChatGPT can potentially have many of these. So my research and sort of what I see is coming next is this idea of multiple perspectives. So there's ways of taking advantage of all of these different perspectives. And there are things that someone asked, well, where are we going to get new knowledge if all we've done is just coalesce everything that's been written on the web? There's knowledge that's not necessarily encoded, but is knowable. So within this room, I could ask, would a majority of people here prefer chocolate ice cream or strawberry ice cream? Now, Marco, do you know the answer to that?
It varies with the day, but I would go with chocolate.
No, but
I'd answer of them. I would still go with chocolate. I think more people like chocolate ice cream than
okay, but no one knows for sure, and we may have an odd audience that is allergic to chocolate. So that is something that no one in the world knows, but this group as a whole knows the answer to that. We could have a vote, and once everyone raised their hands, we could count, and we would know that. So that's something that is knowable, but is not yet known. So there is information that is still not encoded, but knowable. And applying this more practically, my car does a very good job of driving itself. In fact, so good that I no longer know how to navigate. I've recently moved to a different area, and I don't have a good perspective of where things are in that area because my car knows, and it tells me when to turn. And so that sadly is some information that's been lost. Just like my mother's ability to type 100 words per minute is probably also a lost skill. But what will be coming is my car, although it's great at navigating, never communicates with other cars. And so as a group, cars can help each other. So my car needs to get me to my destination, and it doesn't care if anybody else's car gets them to their destination. But together, all these cars might help each other. Someone might stop to let someone move an obstruction out of the road, and that will then help all traffic. Or someone will allow someone to merge, which will help lots of traffic. So by working together, the world will work better. And so that's a potential that I think is not yet realized, but will be shortly.
Okay, so thank you, Mike, and thank you, Marco, Sriram, and Steve. So what you heard was different takes on what AI means to our experts, right? Based on the areas they have been working on. In traffic lights, scheduling, warehouse, information, in healthcare. And by the way, if your two doctors don't agree on what is going on, it's no longer a matter of chocolates. Okay, so I want to just quickly hear if Sriram has a comment on that. Otherwise, I want to open up for the audience. So Sriram, do you have any comment on multiple perspectives and in healthcare?
Yeah, I think that I always make this example, even in yesterday's talk when I gave here. I'm diabetic. I've been diabetic for about 8 years now. And in the last 5 years, since COVID hit, I have had 5 doctors. And no 2 doctors have followed the same same treatment plan. And it's quite interesting. The older doctors, and by older, I mean older than me, so 50 plus, doctors tend to be a little bit less aggressive in their treatments. They're like, hey, you're okay, you have it under control, walk a little bit more, watch what you eat early and sleep, have a healthy lifestyle, get good sleep, you'll be okay. But then the younger doctors they hit me with max medicine dose and everything, add more medicines to it. So it's still an evolving debate on what is the right treatment for a disease that's reasonably well understood. So this is going to be there everywhere. And I think, and this could be one of the reasons why in my examples, I mentioned that causality is also not well understood, because humans have not quite figured out some of these causality metrics. So that's, it's there. It's an ever-present problem, and understanding how can we consolidate this information from multiple potentially conflicting sources, particularly in the context of healthcare, is an important problem that is going to be open for the next few years, if not few decades. I think it's going to be open at this point.
Right. At this point, I would like to ask the audience if they have any questions for our panelists. Please feel free to ask. Also, if there are any questions which you had which were not answered, please feel free to write on the whiteboard. We have marker pens and we'll make sure that they get addressed. We are taking notes, by the way. Okay. So any question anyone has for the panelists? Yes.
Talking about the driving and how cars can communicate, and also how they find our way for us. We don't have to think anymore. Well, what road should I take to get to Lancaster, for example? Won't all this make us intellectually lazy? That we will just go to a machine and ask for the answer, just like we're doing now with our GPS for the automobile.
I messed up.
Technical problem. Well, I think this is a very big question. And it goes maybe beyond the issue of driving. So I'm thinking maybe more academically at, there is a trend starting from the work of the Swiss child psychologist, correct me please, Jean Piaget, on how children understand, for example, causal relations. This is something that was brought up before. And based on the work of Piaget and Lawrence Kohlberg, if a computer scientist who recently passed came up with a theory of how to teach computing to children. So the idea is to demystify the technology and make sure that the child understands that the computer is something that is controlled by people, is programmed after all, okay, and not something that controls the child. So this led to the development of the Logo programming language. This is a programming language that used to be used very commonly in elementary schools in the US. More recently, if you talk to your children or grandchildren, you'll find out that they use Scratch in elementary school, which is a simple graphic-based programming languages. And the idea is the same. You want to educate the children and make them understand from a very early age that they are in control, that they are the people who are controlling the machine, and they should not rely on the machine as if it were an oracle that guides their lives. So this, I think, relates to your point. I hope that helps a little bit. So again, Seymour Papert, P-A-P-E-R-T, is at the MIT
That are not so great.
Media Labs director, professor, now late, who really wrote a lot of interesting work about that. There is a book called Mindstorms that I would recommend to everybody who's interested in this topic.
You said that's a book or a movie?
A book, Mindstorms. Yes.
Storms.
Mindstorms.
Storm.
One word, Mindstorms. It's a thin book, about 100 pages, with photographs of children working, screenshot.
Okay, Mike, you wanted to say something?
No, please.
So I'm sitting here and I'm wondering how, like, I have my smart watch, my smart TV, my smart computer, my car that navigates and makes all the sounds if I'm near another car, everything. It has to, in time, diminish something innate about, we're losing our skills as human beings in a way. If over time, we never have to rely on ourselves, like reading a map or any of the things we used to have to do, we're not doing any of that anymore. I would think it's going to change our entire brain system, in time. But there's like another factor here.
I mean, I agree that is a concern. And so when calculators came along, people became words that arithmetic.
There's an example.
So I think ultimately what will happen is people are, first of all, I think evolution happens too slowly for anything to really affect our brain in our projected lifetimes. But I think our educational systems will have to change. And so although I think, students will still be allowed to use ChatGPT, but they need to be taught how to analyze the results that they get from ChatGPT, to discern what is good information, what is fake information, what is bad information, misleading information, to learn to, question what they see. I mean, there's concerns right now that some children spend too much time in front of screens and not outdoors getting exercise. I think Amanda alluded to that this morning. So there are opportunities, but also challenges. And it is correct to be concerned about this. I think humanity is pretty smart, and humanity will figure this out.
Yeah, please.
My name is Dean. When I think about AI, I'm thinking about integration. Is what AI is doing is actually changing our starting point. Is that we, with the increase in information that we have, it's enabling us to actually start at a more advanced point. So and I also want to question this idea because we talked earlier about the fact that whether artificial intelligence is real. Well, it is real. We just have to redefine what reality is.
So the question is, how is AI helping redefine what reality is? Yeah.
I think more what he was saying, and it's a very good point, that AI is providing us with a better starting point. So, in medieval times, people started with whatever wandering bards could impart to them from a neighboring village. And that's what they might start from. Now we can use ChatGPT to generate a speech and use that as a starting point for the speech that we might have to write and give. The basis for that speech, the facts can come from all the knowledge on the internet, from the Library of Congress. So we have a much better starting point for our future endeavors.
Yeah, I think that you can go back to Socrates, right? And I think it was in Republic that Plato wrote reported on Socrates' word against the invention of writing. Okay, so the children won't memorize anymore. Pupils won't memorize anymore because things will be written in books, and so they won't have to memorize and reason by themselves. So I can see a positive side to this and here I think you and Mike are both on the optimist side. I am a little more cautious about this. I think we have to be really careful that we don't let our cognitive abilities, intellectual abilities atrophy. And I think there are moral implications to putting too much reliance on something like ChatGPT. In part because of hallucinations. I believe that word hasn't come up yet, but possibly, and the jury's still out, for deep technical reasons of information compression, lossless storage of information and decompression. Hallucinations are pervasive in large language model-based systems, conversational systems. So we have to be very cautious of that. And then I think there is work in this institute to address hallucination. It's a big, and there are big efforts there. But there may be a fundamental problem, and hallucinations may be impossible to fully resolve in a large enough system.
Right. So on this question about does AI give us a good starting point, right? I would like to have our panelist, remote panelist also to weigh in, but I will just mention one thing as a plug to what to consider is Mike is driving around in a new state with a self-driving car, and he has decades of experience driving. A new teenager takes this self-driving car and they start going into new areas, and the car stops and says, I'm rebooting or whatever, right? can the teenager now cross the traffic light? Okay, can they take over and they can cross the traffic light? So with that kind of thing, Steve and Sriram, do you think AI is giving us a good starting point or acceleration point to do things better and so on?
I can go first. Well, I think it's a good judgment. I agree with Mike and others that it's on us as users of AI technology to become informed and aware and critical of the outputs of these systems and to, as someone said, make sure that our relevant skills aren't atrophied. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the example with the car, maybe you just have to wait till it reboots if you don't have it. But maybe in the meantime, you've gotten so much advantage out of the fact that you don't have to drive and you can do other things while you're moving, so that it balances out. So yeah, I don't know. Going forward is or going to a different starting point is not always a better starting point, but I don't know. I mean, I think it's a great question. It's a great question for the field. And I know as an organization, AAAI really is pushing the kind of ethical issues associated with applying AI in different ways. And really, our mantra is emphasizing ethical uses of AI and keeping the notion of ethics close when thinking about different applications and so forth. That doesn't mean that there isn't a danger for that, but that's I, I don't know. I mean, I think there
All right,
are
thank you.
issues there. Yeah. Researchers have to be
Yeah.
aware.
Okay. Sriram, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I
Does AI
agree.
give a good starting point here?
I agree with whatever has been said. I mean, the answer is a little bit more nuanced and complicated, right? It's there are some domains in which you can see a kind of a jump start. And I always revert back to healthcare, particularly with seniors, Alzheimer's. We can do early for we can think of AI giving jump starts from all the way from simple reminders on medication schedules or routine activities. I'm not yet a senior, and I'm taking an allergy treatment, and without my reminder, I keep forgetting almost on a daily basis to do it. And so, from very simple things like that to more complex AI-powered health monitoring, all the way from wearables to virtual assistants, using smart home technologies to identify fall detection, for instance. To caregiver burden reduction, I think that's one of the things that I think AI can really have a good and powerful impact, is reducing the burden on caregivers. So there is a lot of potential of jump starts that we can get from AI that the current technologies without AI do not have. But on the other hand, we like Steve was mentioning, we need to talk about the ethical issues. We need to talk about the potential frauds and scams that could happen because there is an AI system integrated to their smartphone for reminders. There is also enough discussions about how emotional dependence on AI could actually lead to more loneliness rather than the other way. And of course, misinformation is always an issue. So there is a loss of, in some sense, human touch with more and more pervasive AI in more isolated environments. So there is a balance, but this balance, I'm arguing, exists with any technology that's been brought into the world, any new changing technology, all the way from fire, tens of thousands of years back to to very recently internet, anything or apps. I mean, 15 years back, we never knew of apps. I was one of those people who was thinking, what is this app thing? And then now if you don't even have an app for anything, then your company is doomed to fail. So it's like with any technology, I think there are huge number of positives, and I think we should explore those, but not get carried away by the hype, and kind of keep an eye out for the real and present dangers of the misuse of such technology. So that's the way I see things.
Right. So just in the interest of time, I would like to end the session. I know there is more people want to ask also in the room, and the panelists want to say, but the members for the next panel are coming in. I want to make sure you guys have a break, 15-minute break before the next session. So I want to thank all the panelists today. And if I may remark, this is the most high-powered AI panel we have had at the university. 3 of the members are AAI fellows and 2 of them are AAI senior members. Okay, so I think what you heard today was probably as authentic as probably could be. Okay, and with that, I would like to thank. Is there a pressing question? Yeah.
Yes, I have a question. It's the same type of thing. I've got grandchildren, of course. And my 16-year-old grandson and I talk about this concept. If you use ChatGPT and you are asking it, say, a book report, writing a book report, you give it the parameters, you give it what you're looking for, you give it what you need, it writes it, you read it, you edit it, it rewrites it. Who is really writing the report? Is it plagiarism, or is he really writing the report? He said, it just can't write it unless I tell it what I need and what I'm looking for and how I want it written and what character. So is that plagiarism? Is that cheating?
Right. So the question is about authorship when AI and humans write together. We will address this in the legal session, which is coming up just now. Okay. I will let the lawyers thrash it out. Okay. So again, I will thank the panel. Okay. And please continue. So thank you, Steve and Sriram, for joining
Sure.
here.
Yep.
Thank
Okay?
you. Thank
And
you
please
for the
hang around.
invitation. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
Bye.
Please write your question. Please write your question. We will get it addressed. Okay.
And also,
So we will be taking a 13-minute break and we'll be back at 10:45.
Maybe your slideshow would say.
Thank you.
We'll just do a double check.
Can people online hear us?
Can people online hear us?
Yep.
So, welcome back.
Sorry, I was trying to figure out how to go. There we go.
Yeah, next one, please. Welcome back, everyone. We are back to the second technical session this morning. This is on law and AI. And we have a lot of people, great people out here. So Judge Barbara, do you want to just kick off?
Sure. Yes, thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Professor, as well as your team. We appreciate the opportunity. I'm Judge Walford Comwad. I'm a Richland County Magistrate, and I'm here today to moderate a panel with two great South Carolina experts on AI and the law. We have Professor Zoe Nielsen with the University of South Carolina, Joseph F. Sorry, I'm still learning that, Rice School of Law. And then we also have the court administrator, Karama Harrington, but she's also a professor, so I'll refer to her today as Professor Harrington. So thank you again. Yeah, voice is strained, so they're going to repeat the questions, but thank you for letting me know. So this morning is going to be broken into three parts, and we're going to start with Professor Nielsen to discuss about the overview of artificial intelligence in the law. So Professor Nielsen, can you tell us, is there a single law in the US that governs artificial intelligence?
Thank you so much, Judge, and thank you everyone for having us here today. It's really wonderful to be here. I am new to South Carolina. This is my first semester at the university, so very grateful to have the opportunity to participate in this and to meet folks in the community. All right, so the question is whether there is a single law in the United States that governs artificial intelligence. And that has a very easy answer. The answer to that is no. We do not. We do not in the United States have a single holistic law that covers artificial intelligence. What we have is kind of a patchwork that comes from federal regulation, state approaches, and then what we might call like industry norms that aren't really law, but that have some kind of pressure effect on the AI industry. So Congress has not yet passed a comprehensive AI law that regulates all AI systems across the board. What we do have are some targeted federal laws in specific sectors that touch AI. So for example, consumer protection law, to the extent that an AI system is involved in some kind of consumer deception. Or we have anti-discrimination in employment or healthcare or credit or education. And so if AI is used to make a housing or credit decision, and that decision is discriminatory, our existing federal discrimination laws would cover that. And then we also have specific sector rules in really regulated areas like finance or healthcare. What we have seen over the past couple of years is a really significant interest by the states in starting to regulate AI. And so we're getting this kind of state patchwork of approaches. A couple of recent ones, Colorado just passed its AI Act. That's a broad Colorado-specific act that covers high-risk AI. So if you are developing or deploying a high-risk AI system in Colorado, you have certain disclosure and impact assessment obligations. What's a high-risk AI? AI that makes high-risk decisions for us. So again, in areas like hiring or lending or healthcare or housing. Utah has a similar AI Policy Act. It's focused on disclosure. So what Utah was concerned about is that sometimes we interact with systems that we don't know as consumers are in fact artificial intelligence. So think about calling a phone tree and you think you're talking to a person, but you're actually talking to an AI system. The Utah Policy Act involves disclosing in certain use cases that people are acting with generative AI. And then a number of additional kind of other state laws, especially in sector-specific areas. Almost all states, including South Carolina, have passed some kind of deep fake or intimate image law that deals with non-consensual image production using AI, especially in the area of like intimate images. So right now, what we kind of have is a mix of old laws that work in the AI space, some new laws that are specific to AI, and probably more to come.
Thank you, Professor. And so following up, then who is responsible for keeping AI safe and fair?
Yeah, this is a good question. So the question is, who's responsible for keeping AI safe and fair? And we can think about that as carved up across like a number of different potential people. So one would be the AI companies. What is their obligation? The other would be the government and regulators. What is their obligation? And then the last is maybe the users. As users, how responsible are we for keeping ourselves safe with AI? So let's take kind of each of those groups, starting with companies that build and deploy AI. So they are typically on the hook to design, train, and test their AI responsibly. To the extent that their AI qualifies as a product, it is subject to regulation of consumer products. And again, we have state laws that kick in when their AI is making decisions that could impact people in high-risk ways. Again, think lending or education. Deployers, so think about a company that buys an AI system to use. So maybe you're a bank or a school and you purchase an AI system to use. They're responsible for how they use the tech, including making sure it doesn't mislead people or do things like illegally discriminate. For the government, we've already approached yet, but a lot of our existing laws do cover harm from AI. There's a lot of interest right now in like a single federal holistic AI framework akin to what we have in the European Union or the United Kingdom. But for now, we rely on regulations, existing state laws, and then our kind of state patchwork approach where different states are getting involved. And we are seeing state attorney generals already start to bring cases under state consumer protection law to protect people when they are harmed by AI systems. So I guess I'll make a bold prediction, which is I think in the next couple of years, we'll certainly see more interest in maybe the culmination of a federal kind of holistic approach. But for now, we're handling it in the states, and that seems to be working in some ways. As I mentioned earlier, there is also this kind of like industry frameworks that are emerging. So the industry itself is adopting risk management frameworks. Those are voluntary. Why would they matter? Well, you don't want to be seen as a bad actor in the space. To the extent that you are sued, complying with industry norms shows that you are on track to be a good actor, that you thought through things carefully. And so we've got a number of private organizations that have developed these risk management frameworks, asking AI companies to think about certain categories of risk as they design and develop. And many have signed voluntary pledges that they are following those risk frameworks. That might sound like not enough, but we actually handle that across a lot of different industries in the United States. So if you've ever seen like the American Heart Healthy badge on certain foods or things like that, we have a lot of voluntary programs that do actually result in industry compliance in certain ways. And we're seeing that arise in the AI space. Obviously, we are lawyers, and one thing we often get asked is if we use AI to make a legal decision, do we get to pass off our responsibility to the AI system? If you're a doctor, you're probably being asked the same question, and the answer to that is a very firm no. So professional end users, people like your lawyers or your doctors, your engineers, your teachers, other professionals, if they use AI, they are still responsible for the final output. So they are responsible for the decisions they make. And so the AI made me do it is not a legal defense to the professional obligations. And then ordinary users also play a role in all of this. So reporting harms, exercising their rights under consumer protection, or, initiating requests or complaints. It's an important part of like a more broad and holistic framework here in thinking about how we keep AI safe.
Thank you. And as we wrap up this part of the panel, what can individuals do to protect themselves legally when using AI tools?
Yeah, this is a great question, and it's probably what many of you are already doing. So one thing to know is like, do not put sensitive or confidential information in an AI system. So AI systems largely work by training on user data. It's part of the terms of service, so no one is hiding that, but you also have to be very aware that that is the case.
even systems you pay for. So if you have like a subscription service to an AI, it's very likely that AI is still training on your personal information. So I would not put in your social security number, sensitive health information, confidential information about yourself, just because the company has access to it, just like what happens when we enter information broadly on the internet. It's a similar kind of concept here. The other thing you can do as a user of AI is like read your terms of service. I know that's not a particularly like interesting or exciting thing to do. I recently sold a home to move to South Carolina. And when I went to the closing, my husband and I were reading the documents, and the closing agent told us, lawyers never read the paperwork. They're like, this is very surprising to us. Don't be like that. Like, read the paperwork, read your terms of service so you understand what kinds of data the system is collecting about you. And then also like exercise your rights in this space. So to the extent that you are subject to a decision made by an AI system that you think is discriminatory, to the extent that you think an AI product would violate consumer protection law, just because it was AI doesn't mean your normal legal rights and obligations have evaporated. So I think there's a sense when it's AI, it's special or different or mystical or untouchable. And that's just not the case. So AI is still very much covered by our law. And so you can have like some confidence in that. But then I will end with maybe a more positive note, which is I would also encourage people not to be overly afraid of AI either. These are great tools. I use them both as a professional and as a personal user. I think there's lots of great things that they can do, but definitely be thoughtful about what you put in, how you use it, and recognize that it is covered by existing law in many ways.
Thank you so much, Professor, for providing us an overview of the law. Professor Harrington is in charge of court administration, and so now she's going to give us some insight into South Carolina's courts and their artificial intelligence. So the first question is, how is our court system preparing for AI's growing role?
Thank you. My name is Carolyn Harrington. I don't know if everyone could hear. I am the state court administrator for South Carolina, and I also teach a class as an adjunct at the Joseph F. Rice School of Law. So thank you guys for having me here today. I will tell you, when he said that this was a session for seniors, I got excited. I can write everything. I was like, my generation hates me, right? It's always bringing paper. But so how is the court preparing for AI's growing role? In my role as state court administrator, I represent South Carolina nationally. And part of that is I go to conferences, I present at conferences, and I would say 2 years ago, the topics were like public safety, public confidence. How do we have access to justice for lower income or for rural communities? The last 2 years has been nothing but AI. So if I didn't like AI, I shouldn't do it. Okay, so now I'm going to present to you as kind of an expert on the court space. And the reason is I don't want to get to South Carolina to be left behind. So how is South Carolina preparing for AI? First off, we admitted we didn't know what we didn't know, right? So we did not just leap into AI usage because it was the cool thing to do. It was the buzzword. What we've done is be intentional. We have a preliminary or a pilot proposal type policy that's out there right now to kind of guide our attorneys into how to use AI ethically and how to use it in the courts. And so our judges know that AI is being used. Across the country, everyone is trying to figure out what's the risk framework? How do we use it? How do we stop attorneys? I think we've all seen on TV or social media that people have started using AI and they, get caught on TV by the judge saying, this case doesn't exist or this doesn't exist. In South Carolina, that is a reason for you to be brought up on disciplinary actions and possibly disbarred. And the reason for that is, as attorneys, we are ethically required to supervise anything that is turned into the courts. So if you are just taking something from AI directly, not reviewing it, and turning it into the judge as your work product, have you supervised it? So what we tell attorneys as we're trying to figure this out, we're telling them, think of AI as a tool. Think of it as a paralegal who's doing research for you. Think about it as something that is just an addition to the legal skills, education, and experience that you have to help maybe make your case stronger, but not to replace what you're being paid for. So one of the things that I like to say, our guiding principle is AI can assist an attorney.
That we're currently using. Would you mind sharing about the order as well as some of those tools currently?
So, and by tools, do you mean like the chat GPTs?
Or the
The
co-counsel?
co-counsel. So can I see a show of hands? How many people in here use AI? Okay, keep it up. How many people pay to use AI? Okay,
Ooh.
how many people that's still left have multiple AIs that they use? Right? Okay, so did you guys know that not all AI is created equal? Okay, did you know that I personally have about 10 platforms that I use on a weekly basis?
Wow.
And the reason for that, she said co-counsel, everybody knows ChatGPT. As a law professor, I use co-counsel to help draw my fact patterns because mine is a practical class. So we do a lot of simulations. I don't use ChatGPT to help me with my law school preparation. My husband and I own a trucking company though. And when I'm doing newsletters for our staff, I use ChatGPT to help me say something nicer, like stop leaving cigarette butts in the truck. You know? So ChatGPT is great for that. Co-counsel, not so much. Here's another example that my family laughs about, and I wish I had shared it with Judge Conwat to put up here. I asked ChatGPT to make a headshot for me. I came out looking like Ketanji Brown Jackson, like I look crazy. She's beautiful, but I'm not. I put it in Gemini though, and I have a fabulous headshot. So not all AI is created equally. So when I asked you who pays for it, I think we talked a little bit about whatever you put into AI becomes, part of the AI learning, right? But if you don't pay for it, it becomes part of the larger AI learning. Were y'all aware of that? So $19.99 a month will save your information and make it just yours. It's the best $19.99 times 10 that I pay every month because it is worth saving my information and guarding it. So if you look at the policies, the privacy policies and things that you're signing up for, it's going to tell you this tool, this is what I'll do with your private information or not do with your private information. Maybe you have to toggle something. But go through that, especially the privacy section. I would not advocate using public or free AI sources, ChatGPT, co-counsel, any of those things, if you're going to put anything that you want to only remain yours. So going back to the order, I'm sorry, that was my little soapbox moment. Going back to the order, that's what the chief is aware of. We have done that work at the court to say not all AI is created equally. So if you're going to use it and you're going to use it as an attorney, you must pay for it. There are certain tools that we recommend. There are others that we don't. I don't know if I should say this on the camera, but that's never stopped me before. DeepSeek. Have y'all heard of DeepSeek? I am not allowed to use DeepSeek for court work. Y'all know why? It's a thought that is a Chinese spy engine, right? So that's something to know, that now there's a tool that I can use AI, but I cannot use DeepSeek to do court work. So just be careful, not all AI is created equally, and so that's what we as a court are trying to understand. What is an allowable platform for court work, and what will we allow our attorneys to use?
Thank you so much. And on a more positive note, can you share with us how is AI improving access to justice for people without lawyers?
So we did a study, I think it's like 2 years worth of gathering data around South Carolina. And I know we've heard of food deserts, but we have legal deserts in South Carolina. I know this was actually the law school I attended. It was way uglier and more decrepit than so y'all have something gorgeous you're in right now. I'm sorry, I'm still triggered a little bit. But, so when I was in law school, you hear about food deserts, but legal deserts, and hearing like my classmates from Barnwell County say, oh, I'm not going back there. I want to work at Nelson Mullins. I want to work at this big firm. So that means there's no legal representation in Barnwell County, all right? And so we're saying, how can AI be used to provide more access to justice for the South Carolinians? So we're thinking about things like So we use kiosks where somebody can come in and then put their information in to a guided interview. The AI says, based on your answers, this is the form you need to fill out for this type of case. It's not legal advice. It's just saying, this is the form. Let's go because these are the selections that you've made. It also helps with the accuracy of the data that we now collect on the back end. Because previously, we had to use things like this with this kind of handwriting to figure out what the court form should, what it said to put into the system. But if it's typed in, now you've had the opportunity to say, is this all correct? Hopefully it's more accurate when it goes in. We talked about adding plain language dictionaries using AI. So if I say, well, I was in front of the judge for a colloquy, you're gonna say, what is a colloquy? But if we are using AI, say, please define that for us in plain language, where a fifth grader or whatever can understand it, then that's a usage, so it increases access to justice. We also have, there was another thing. So finding out what your rights are. A lot of times when people come into court, they do not understand what they think. Oh, I must have an attorney in court. That's not the case. Or they also sometimes think, oh, I don't have to have an attorney. I could be my own Jack McCoy, right? So we want to be able to give you some plain language resources that say these are your rights. So access to justice is really leaning into the space of AI, because translation, I think earlier somebody said using Google Translate or something. I have seen that in court now. Do we love it? Not necessarily, because it's not foolproof, but we've seen somebody say, we cannot find this language, but Google has. So let's use this to translate mom, or translate, I think the other one that we saw recently was a language Chinese or something, where we would have to, at the expense of $15,000, fly somebody in from Hawaii.
Oh, wow.
Or we could just use Google Translate at the moment, just to say, this is what the type of hearing is, and you'll need to get an interpreter, X, Y, and Z, versus $15,000 to do something that little. So that's another way that we're trying to use AI in the access to justice space.
Thank you so much, Professor. And as we close this part of the panel, what would be some steps or information for citizens? Sorry, let me rephrase that. How can citizens know whether the information they receive from the court online is legitimate, or any other best tips with regard to the court's interaction with the members of the public?
I think y'all know we're friends now, so I'm going to speak freely. South Carolina, we don't do a lot of email stuff. So if you're getting an email from the court, call the court, please. Call the court support office. I don't trust that's really from us, okay? So that's one thing, but I would say even if it's a letter that comes in the mail, trust maybe, but definitely verify. Call the clerk of court's office. Did you send me a letter? If so, did you mean for me to actually return some personal information of mine to you? Because the answer might be, I think we sent you a letter, but no, we didn't ask you for your social security number. There's no reason we're asking you for your social security number, and definitely not through an email or even a mailer, okay? I would go to the official court website. I just took a course that I had to take through the judicial branch, our annual training, and our email address is a little confusing. It's .org, sccourts.org. Bad choice was made many, many years ago. So if I were to see something come from a .org and it says South Carolina Judicial Branch, you are rightfully skeptical. Please be skeptical, because most of our government entities, it's .gov, right? .edu, all the little entities that we know. .sc. Ooh, she sounds terrible. So I would tell you that just make sure, ask questions, find somebody that you know that you trust, and ask them, can you verify this for me?
Is there any adjustments we need to make, Professor? Thank you so much. So we learned when we just joined Professor Harrington that this is an advanced class. So when we were preparing for today's case study per the request of Professor Srivastava, we weren't sure what the level of exposure to this was. So if this is too basic for you, please forgive us. But it gives us some great talking points. So what we'll do is give you a chance to read the case study, And then we're going to move on to the next point. So just take a minute to read. So now we're going to let you read the second component. Yeah, sure. This one. Yeah. You can do it now. They can't hear me anymore. Some sound issues. So one thing I think we could start with was Professor Harrington hit on this earlier. The first question would be for the audience. Would there be any concern using ChatGPT with your private information? Yes, we have some people shaking their heads. Professor Nielsen, would you want to add to that?
Yes, definitely be cautious using AI with private information. As Professor Harrington mentioned, the AI systems, even paid systems, if you're not reading your terms of service, can train on your personal data. So to the extent that you're putting in generic information or public information, that is probably completely fine. To the extent that you are putting in confidential information or highly personal information, you want to be very, very thoughtful about the type of system you're using.
Thank you. Oops. Okay, thank you so much, Professor Nielsen. And our second question would be, why do you think Harold might have thought that this chatbot's version of his will would be legally valid?
I think it's good marketing. We've all seen LegalZoom, right? $99 and you get this will. So now Harold's thinking, well, I don't have to pay $99, right? Maybe he paid $19.99, or maybe he says, I'm sure I can use ChatGPT. And so it gets this official looking document, right? It says state of South Carolina and all the things that look like formalities. So Harold is right, honestly, to think, well, this looks legit, and yeah, I'm going to go ahead and submit this. So I think it's just not knowing.
The awareness. Thank you. And Professor Nielsen, would you mind touching on these three important flags for them briefly?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's very easy to see why Harold would have thought this was a good product. It looks like a will. It uses what sounds like legal language. And so on a quick read, it probably looks like it's totally legitimate. So, number one is your chatbots, your ChatGPTs cannot give actual legal advice, and therefore they may not give you good information about what is required with documents to make those legal formalities. So with this will, it was signed with no witnesses. In South Carolina, you need 2 attesting witnesses to a will. And so you wouldn't have known that as just like a user of a chatbot, and it is under no obligation to tell you that, but it's a problem that was created in this situation. The second is legal information is part of the internet, and therefore your chatbots have trained on that information. So it knows all the legal vocabulary, it's seen lots of legal documents, and so it knows common words that appear in legal documents. Per stirpes is a common word or phrase that appears in probate documents. That doesn't necessarily mean that the definition and execution of that phrase is appropriate for Harold's specific situation or what he was actually trying to accomplish. But it's one reason these documents can, in fact, look so compelling. And then the last is, because we're not actually getting legal advice from our chatbot, it may not draft a document that actually covers the entire situation, and that's the case here. A will normally contain a residuary clause, which will account for accounts not specifically mentioned in the will or new property that's acquired after the will. This one doesn't, because ChatGPT isn't giving actual legal advice. And so it doesn't have that kind of targeting or knowledge that it would need to actually draft a will like an attorney would.
So on that note, if the chatbot produces this document, then who's going to bear the blame if it's not proper or it's invalid?
Harold. Yes, Harold. So yeah, and his family, actually, because he may not be around to see the fallout. This got caught, obviously, ahead of time, which is great. But I think there's a sense sometimes when we use a product and something goes wrong with it, well, then is there some liability or blame to put on the product developer?
And in this situation, no, Harold used it. It produced a plausible sounding document. If you've used ChatGPT recently, you'll see a big disclaimer at the bottom that says information may not be accurate, information may be hallucinated. This is not like information you can rely on. And so Harold kind of uses it at his own risk. So there's going to be no action against ChatGPT or the chatbot here for making a will that wasn't perfect for Harold's situation.
Thank you. And Professor Harrington mentioned earlier about the use of getting access and language. So could we envision how AI could be helpful in understanding what per stirpes means?
So yeah, so possibly you just ask it a different question. I want to draft a will. What are some things I should consider? What are some things I should know under South Carolina law? Does it mean it's going to give you everything 100% correct? No, but at least it gives you a place to start. So you may want to go to an attorney, right? And let's say that attorney charges $300 an hour. Wouldn't it be a better use of your time to have maybe 10 questions for that attorney instead of getting there and say, well, I don't know anything about a will except what I've seen on the commercial for LegalZoom. I think this helps you potentially go in there informed, or at least as informed as you can be, to ask some good questions, to ask some targeted questions. So there is a use for it. I just do not use it as the final answer to whatever the document or the legal issue is.
Thank you so much. And that's a great way to sum up that case study. And so as we make some takeaways, Professor Harrington, would you like to share with us some of the key takeaways for the audience?
Yeah, so we've talked about it a little, well, talked about a lot of these things, but there's limits to AI. There's limits to each platform, right? So do not think you can go to ChatGPT and it be a one-stop shop. It's not. Okay, we've talked about that. Look at your terms and conditions to make sure that you have what you have the privacy and the protection that you think you have when you're entering information, or just err on the side of caution and don't put private personal information or like the PII that you hear a lot of personal identifying information in there that you don't want to be trained or the platform to be trained on. I think for researchers that are in here, we do have a couple of takeaways there as well. And I think that would be for the other professor to go over.
Well, here's the good news. You are in South Carolina, and there are a number of us on the University of South Carolina Law faculty who focus on AI as either a primary or secondary research interest. And so we are working hard for you to research in this area, to help develop policy in this area, with the idea that AI can be safe, it can be accessible, it can do wonderful things like promote access to justice, but that there's also avenues for recourse when things go wrong. So from like a research perspective, what is going on in this space? So one is identifying gaps in our legal system. So where does AI propose novel, interesting, unique use cases that the legal system may not quite be ready to address? And what can we do about that? I think a good example is all of the recent state legislation on the issue of non-consensual images, a problem that may not have existed 5-10 years ago, but then in relatively short order has been identified as a gap in the law and has been starting to be filled, at least with some of these state court approaches. The other thing we're doing is looking at different ways in which bad use or misuse of AI can generate legal causes of action. So what do we do when AI contributes to bias? What do we do when AI contributes to misinformation? What do we do when AI contributes to data breaches? Like, what are the various legal tools that we have that we can bring to bear on those questions? And then the last is thinking about working in combination with AI developers. What are best practices for them? How did they establish legal compliance? And how does the industry feed back to the legal side to talk about what makes sense in terms of AI regulation? I think everybody probably universally agrees, like AI should be fair, AI should be safe, AI should be accessible, AI should be explainable. And what we have to do as legal researchers in this area is learn to translate legal requirements about those things with what the technology can do. And so how do we like create a match there? So there's lots of work being done on the space here in South Carolina, in law schools across the country, and in partnership with our colleagues who actually work on AI development and deployment. So in many ways, it's a very exciting time. It's a new frontier. I am an AI optimist, I will share. So I really come mostly with good news, which is I think that there are lots of great things on the horizon for us in this space. But a very exciting time to be a researcher.
Thank you so much, professors. We heard that there might be some legal questions. So does anyone have any legal questions as we close up this panel?
You had mentioned that one of the areas that you're not allowed to go in the legal field to look up ChatGPT or something like that. How do you know it's not spy software? How would the general population know not to use that particular AI?
So how, so ChatGPT, for instance, right?
Well, you had mentioned one.
DeepSeek,
Yeah.
DeepSeek, right?
Deep-
So
DeepSeek, yeah.
there's a lot of information out there, like she was saying, this is such a widely explored area now that we can go right now and Google DeepSeek and you'll see all the articles, the same ones that we see at the courts. So we know that there's a concern with DeepSeek. We've read the privacy policies and everything, and it does not protect your information. So just do your due diligence. And if you have questions, try to, reach out to these different organizations who do the deep dive into the privacy policies.
So let me just add that we at the university do research on authentic information versus not, that kind of thing, in technology, as well as in School of Journalism. And we will be talking about cybersecurity in the afternoon.
That's great. Any other questions for them?
Okay. I've been thinking about this for a while. I'm a retired health professional, and good, HIPAA used to be so good. With all the portals and all the people that can get onto the portals and, and like what you're talking about, all this, I think it's diminished tremendously, if not even almost non-existent.
Yeah, the privacy concerns about AI are very real, and the medical space is one where we're having a lot of conversations about this. So interestingly, HIPAA still applies in the development and deployment of an AI system that will take protected health information. So for example, here at the university, we actually have an enterprise agreement that allows people in our medical school to use certain AI tools because those tools have been built around HIPAA protections. But it is a very serious concern, and especially just the amount of data that is now collected on all of us and put into these systems that communicate with other systems. I do not come with a brilliant solution for you on this problem. I can tell you it's something I've been thinking about a lot too. We have a great professor at the law school who works on privacy law, and he thinks a lot about these topics. But yes, AI systems are developed sometimes hand in hand with HIPAA for this reason, so they can be deployed in the medical space. But I think what is concerning people maybe more than that is just how much data is out there for all of us at this point.
Thank you so much. We have time. Well, what time for one more question?
One more question.
One more question. Yes, ma'am.
I asked this earlier and they said I had to wait for you.
Here.
Please repeat the question later on. Yeah.
My grandson and I have a conversation about plagiarism and how to avoid plagiarism. If you ask ChatGPT for instance, a book report, and you decided you have to read the book, are you the original writer because you're giving boundaries, giving the outline, giving questions you want answered, and it generates the report? And you go back and edit it and tweak it. Is he really the author, or can he claim being?
Yeah, this is a great question. Professor Harrington, you want to take it first?
So I
First
have
go?
a perspective on, I heard your question earlier, so I was jotting notes down.
Advanced start.
I know I had a little bit of a head start. So in my class, I encourage the students to use AI. It's not going anywhere, right? It's not going away. So for me, that answer is, I believe it's his if there's that much interaction. So has he asked a thorough question, not just give me a book report on of mice and men, right? It's give me a book report on mice and men, and then maybe give me X, Y, and Z. And then when it comes back, says, well, what about this, that, so it's like some feedback. Maybe it's not just plagiarism. Maybe it is his. Now, a book report, I think, is a little trickier. In my circumstance with my students, we're talking about negotiation and working with clients. So I say it is fine to go on AI and ask it questions like, in this case of negotiating child custody, these are the questions I want to ask. Is there anything else I should ask? That's perfectly fine. If your grandson has never read the book, I see there's a little bit of a slippery slope there. But I think for me, it's the interaction. Are you just taking what AI said in whole, a whole part and saying, this is my work? That's plagiarism, clear as day. But if you're having that back and forth and it's helping you think, it's helping you do that higher level human function, I'm not sure I think that it's plagiarism.
All right, I'm gonna answer the question across kind of 3 different categories, because your question really was who owns it or who is the author. So the first question is, who does the company say owns it? And the company actually says the user owns it. So most of the major models in the United States say that users own their outputs. All right, what would the copyright law say about the output? Like, could you get a copyright in your output? And the answer to that is it depends. And it actually depends exactly on what Professor Harrington is saying, how much individual creative input you added in dialogue with the AI. And then the third kind of flavor of this is, well, what would an academic institution say about the question? And the answer to that is also, it depends. It depends by professor. So at the law school right now, we allow individual professors to set their policies on those questions. And we run the spectrum from people who prohibit all use in their classes to people like me who either require or encourage it. And so some of it is matching the professor's expectation. If the expectation is that you write the report on your own, the product of your own analytical thought in your own hand, then it's definitely plagiarism. To the extent that the professor allows, even requires the use of the tools, and you are engaging in that dialogue, injecting your own thought, your own individuality into the prompting and the output, then I think it probably is not. This is a really difficult problem, and I'll tell you guys why. Don't tell this to any students in your life. We cannot, with any accuracy, determine if an output is AI generated. So the book report, if an accusation was made that it was AI generated, on our side, the teaching university administration side, there is no accurate AI detector that could tell us that that actually truly was, with no risk of false positives, AI generated. So this is a really tough conversation in educational institutions right now. We're not just having it at the law school, our colleagues across campus are having it, and our friends in primary and secondary education are having it as well. So a developing area for sure.
Well, thank you so much. Let's please join me in thanking them.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just read this.
So what we have now is some demonstrations on some novel AI tools we have on campus and other places. So I will actually bring up the program. So we will be doing 4 demos, okay, on different aspects of how AI could help in South Carolina. And first would be would be Herrick Brown, Professor Herrick Brown, talking about herbariums of the future. So, Herrick. Sorry. Arrow keys to advance. Yeah. You could just do that. Okay.
Right. Okay, so I've only got a few minutes, so I'm going to talk really fast at first, and I'm going to try to cover about 2,000 years of human knowledge. So if you need more information, get your smartphones ready, and I'll have some QR codes on the next slide. As Biplav said, I'm Herrick Brown. I'm the curator of the A.C. Moore Herbarium in Department of Biological Sciences. And well, let's go. Here's the QR code. So the one on the upper right of your screen will give you more information about our facility. Basically, the shot here with me pointing to a specimen is kind of an example of what our facility looks like. It's sort of a plant library, if you will. We have about 130,000 dried, pressed, preserved plant vouchers on these sheets. And to make sort of a computer science analogy here, if you can remember the early days of computers and the ENIAC, the herbarium's like an ENIAC. It fills an entire room with all these specimens. Okay, so to cover that 2,000 years of human knowledge, particularly with regard to botanical information, we can largely break it up by the sort of context that you find in botanical texts. And so those that predate Carolus Linnaeus, about the 18th century, were largely concerned with like herbals or medical applications. They're basically, what utility do plants serve humans? And during the colonial era, we saw a lot of sort of global expansion and trade. And then it was sort of the search for new and useful productions of nature, like which trees produce the best wood, which new spices were available. And then we started looking at sort of the aesthetic aspects of things, like what is just amazing and beautiful that we haven't seen before. When Linnaeus hit the scene in 1735, he published this book called the Systema Naturae. He was trying to make order out of all this chaos in nature. Prior to his attempts to establish a system, what we found were people would publish descriptions of scientifically described species in various different ways. The names didn't always match up. So you might have somebody in Italy referring to basil as something, and then the same plant used in Spain might have an entirely different name. And so if you didn't know how to translate those languages, you had an issue. Linnaeus adopted Latin as a universal language because it was used across Europe. And then he also said, let's just simplify it to a two-name system, a genus and a specific epithet. And so he was set about like naming things. And then post-Linnaeus, what we see now is that most of the modern texts are very rule-oriented, like who named it first? Did you use the correct Latinization of these terms? And we look a lot more at sort of the biological definition of a species, right? Okay, so earliest attempts to organize things date back to Theophrastus with his Historia Plantarum. That text has been translated through the years into a more modern sort of format. And during the colonial era, we saw works like Mark Catesby, who was an early English explorer in the Southeast, and he gave Europeans the first full color glimpse of some of the new and useful productions of nature here in the New World. Right, and this is my plug-in for Kate Boyd, who's with USC Libraries. She's coming up in a few minutes. All right, so Linnaeus, we call him the father of modern taxonomy because he established this system that is still used today. His first work, again, was Systema Naturae. He later published this thing called Species Plantarum, which focused on naming plants. Just before that, he published a work called Philosophia Botanica. And in there, there's this sort of philosophy that he had, that a herbarium, well, I'll say it in Latin, Herbarium praestat omni iconi necessarium omni botanico, which loosely translates to a herbarium specimen is the best example or best illustration of a species, and it's essential for every botanist. All right. So since Linnaeus's time, the globalization of herbaria has expanded to about 4,000 institutions worldwide, holding upwards of 400 million plant specimens. Globally, just to give you a ballpark idea here, we estimate there are about 400,000 species of plants on Earth. Right. And to bring it closer to home, in South Carolina, we have about 13 or so herbaria across the state. We here in the center of the state at the University of South Carolina we are the largest collection in the state, about 130,000 specimens. And again, referencing that sort of ENIAC kind of analogy there, the physical specimens are considered what we call dark data. They're stored in these hermetically sealed cabinets because we try to preserve things in perpetuity. We keep insects away from them. We keep them dry so mold doesn't grow on the sheets. And it's really hard to do any kind of research or make all that information that's available on those specimens available to anybody if they're hidden in these cabinets. So about 20 years ago or so, folks started digitizing these collections and putting them out of the things that makes the data more discoverable is standardization of the data. If you can imagine the oldest labels like this one here, which was collected by our namesake, Andrew Charles Moore from the campus here in Columbia, it's handwritten. So right now, in the way we approached this initially was to have student volunteers like transcribe these labels for us. And they'd have to put the scientific name into one field, the collector's name in another. And then we have all these like basically like a social security number for that actual sheet. So it's just, you know, a unique number that goes with this specimen. And any of the other like collecting locality information, that sort of stuff is parsed into these different fields. This all facilitates data discovery, okay? We can do a search in that database. Here I've entered Quercus mishosii, which is a scientific name for swamp chestnut oak, South Carolina, Richland County. This will show you sort of a list view of the full record. And then if we click full record details, you get this sort of display here. All right. So what I'd like to do now is just sort of jump in, and hopefully this will take me to our portal and kind of show you what more of the potential holds. How do I make this bigger? Plus, this is Printbank, yeah. Okay, cool. All right, so I can just go to the search function here, search our collections. And in that example I just gave you, I narrowed it down. I just got one result because I put in more information, right? I said, here's the scientific name. I want Richland County, South Carolina, and Andrew Charles Moore. But if I broaden that search to just Quercus mishosii, again, this is there we go. And search. And now this again is searching across all the herbaria that are dumping their data into this portal. You can see up here that we get almost 6,000 results, 5,911 results returned. Now, if we are savvy enough to enter latitude and longitude associated with those specimens, we can go to this map view here. I'm going to click on it and there we go. And display those coordinates in the map. And you get this really cool graphic that shows you like where in the world this species occurs. So right there, we've got like a species distribution built out of all this accumulated knowledge. And you'll notice that there's a couple of different shades of blue there and maybe a weird one out in Kansas that's like kind of a tan color. And that has to do with like this human concept of what a species is, right? We usually describe new species initially based on what we already know, like what does this thing look like? And a lot of times we make mistakes, assuming it's something we've never seen before. Our description is going to be compared to what we already know, okay? And so in this case, what happened was there was this other species called chestnut oak, not swamp chestnut oak, but just chestnut oak. And what you'll notice is that the shading actually shows you the difference in those two taxa. So for a while there, we were calling everything chestnut oak. And then we said, whoa, this thing in the South is actually a little bit different. It needs a new name, swamp chestnut oak. So really in the herbarium community, we're kind of at the interface here between digitizing all this accumulated knowledge over the past few hundred years or so, and then looking at ways we can make jumps and make this data even more useful. What can AI help us do with this? And I'm looking at this question on the back of the board thinking, can it help us solve problems like climate change? Maybe it can. Maybe it can at least tell us, well, all that accumulated knowledge, what of the trends that we have observed in these collections? All right. Some of the things that folks have been trying to tease out of this information is, have we seen changes in blooming times across the range of these species? If global temperatures are predicted to rise over the next few years, are we seeing that blooming time change? And how's that going to affect pollinators? Are we going to see a sort of a dissynchronization or asynchronization between pollinator activity and the blooming time? And that ultimately could create some sort of ecological collapse if we had species that were no longer able to reproduce because their pollinators weren't, synced up with them. All right. I've got any questions? I'll leave it at that.
I would like to show you 3 more demos, and then we'll break for the lunch, and that's the time probably we can ask more questions. Please feel free to write on the board. We don't want to dismiss the questions. I want to just make that clear. Okay. So please feel free.
Cool. Thank you. Thanks. And I brought a few examples of herbarium specimens, larger than life, mind you, but.
Thank you so much. Should I just reload that? It's in the drive. Okay. There should be a demo. Yeah, this one. Oh, not this one, I guess. Oh, did you add? Okay, can you go to event planning? Yeah, there we go. This one.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kaushik. I'm a PhD student here at the AI Institute. Today, I'll be demonstrating this tool we built called Beacon of Hope to promote nutrition adherence with convenience. And these are some of the students that have worked on this along with Professor Biplav. So I'll just give a brief introduction first. Poor dietary adherence and also imbalanced nutrition, it can negatively affect both physical and mental health. And prioritizing convenience over nutrition can lead to suboptimal health outcomes. So whatever is more convenient might not be completely healthy, whatever we can get like quickly, like fast food, for example. So the goal here is to develop a data-driven meal recommendation system that balances both these convenience and nutrition. So who do we serve? Who are our target group? People say having a health condition like diabetes or allergic to certain ingredients or having like a specific religious diet. Or this actually benefits in reducing cognitive load on the users. It also, as I mentioned before, supports adherence and also bridges health inequities. I will show the demonstration of the tool directly. So say we can start with some default setting where you have two recommended personas. You can either choose one of the recommended personas here, or you can even customize using these different options that you see over here. For example, say if we are choosing a user who has type 1 diabetes with a focused meal plan, specifically they prefer having food with low glycemic index, and also they want to have a balanced nutrition, of course. Say you have a dairy, you do not have any specific dairy preference, but you do not want meat in your food, and you actually like having nuts in the food. And you can choose either of these. Maybe say if the person has diabetes, we can choose diabetes. And you can have a different meal. There's an option of choosing the meal plan length as well. Say, for example, you want a meal plan for 7 days. You can choose that option. And if you're someone who only has 2 meals per day, you can choose 2 meals or 3 meals. And you can give a start date and an end date. You can have any meal plan name for your meal. And you can give your information such as height, age, and weight. Say, for example, I can just change my weight to something, and I can have gender. And I can even set a nutrition goal. Say, for example, if I am someone who only prefers having 2000 kilocalories per day, I can just set that here, and I can specify the amount of protein I would like to have in my food throughout the day. And I can also customize the carbohydrates and the fiber in grams I prefer having in my meals. And then I can choose all 4 and I can generate meal plan. So it'll take some time to create the meal plan. Right, it has been created. So there are 3 different views over here. So this is what we call as a meal view, and we have a food view. We also have an ingredient view. So in the meal view, you can see different meals more on a high level. So you can see breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and you can see a plan for 7 days. Say, for example, if you're selecting breakfast, it'll give you a total number of calories present just in the breakfast for the day. And you can also see the the items that it has included. For example, one of those food items is coconut water, which is a beverage. And you have pumpkin soup, which is the main course. And there is light fried okra, which is a side dish. And there is again similarly for lunch and dinner as well.
You can choose to cheat on the food preference and it will readjust that. So suppose you were here and you were having something, right? And you really like something. So what should you do for lunch now? Right? And that is the idea that continuously there is someone who can keep reminding, but in a nudging manner, not as a teacher.
And if you go to the food view, you'll be able to see only the food items it has recommended for 7 days. And if you go to ingredient, you'll be able to see all the ingredients that were used in preparing that particular meal. And there is a way to accept all, so that will be added to your calendar permanently, or you can clear all, or you can even regenerate everything again. So that will take some time, but.
So when you think of the day, think of the food. You think of meetings, but you don't think of your own food. So that's the idea of the meal calendar. Okay. So thank you, Kaushik. Kate, do you want to present? Thank you.
It's still morning, right? Good morning. I'm Kate Boyd. I'm Director of Digital Research Services and Collections in the libraries here at USC. And I've been here for 22 years. And I started out in digital collection. Well, I actually started out in research and instruction, which is what we call, it used to be called reference when you walk into the library where you ask questions. So that's where I started. And so today I want to talk about AI and libraries, and I feel like it's two forces coming together. And we're thinking about this a lot. And today I'm going to talk about it in the perspective of digital collections, which is sort of what Herrick was doing, very much so what Herrick was doing. But I'm going to maybe bring it in a little bit more with the handwriting that he was talking about briefly. Have y'all done research on your families, history, genealogy? I love all that. Yeah, exactly. We get a lot of questions. The South Carolina Library gets a lot of questions, and they are open to everybody's questions. So traditionally, way back in my day and maybe back in your day, we would go into the library, talk to a librarian, pull books off the shelf, start going through the books, finding those journal articles and stuff like that. And then as you go through time a little bit, you still go to the library and you start getting access to vendor databases, a lot what Herrick was showing you, where materials are available in a database and you have to click into each database, kind of look for what you're interested in each database, write it all down, pull it all together yourself. We've talked to earlier speakers sort of talked about this, right? Aggregating data yourself. And you can still do all this. Please go visit the South Carolina. It's been beautifully redone and it's open on Saturdays. So today, we all start with Google, right? So you do a simple Google search. I started thinking about South Carolina history. Manning is a governor who we have his papers in the library. So if you were a member of the Manning family, you could do your family research and you'd probably start here. Do notice I did the little not AI. And so you get your old traditional Google search if you say not AI. But yeah, you still have to go into each one of these links and sort of search through and find the information that you're interested in. And so there's a little dash or hyphen AI, and then you can get rid of it if you don't want to hear what AI has to say. Now, if you don't do that, you're going to get those links, but you're also going to start getting some more information where it's really kind of aggregating and bringing up to the surface all that information that you really want to find out so that you don't have to go to every single one of those links. So if you're doing a Google search, right, you're using Google's AI, Gemini, and Gemini is doing this work for you and pulling up this information. So we get a little bit more about John Lawrence Manning. And then you notice at the bottom right here, you can't really see it, it's hard, but this says dive deeper in AI mode. So I don't normally click on that, but for this, I was like, let's see what that says. And it gives you more information. And sorry, this page is pixelated. But you can kind of see here the Williams, Sinclair, Manning papers are at the South Caroliniana Library. And they are, and we're actually scanning them in my office. We've been digitizing them for a while now. And also Barnwell County genealogical records. So if you're like, I'm Manning family, oh my God, these records are at the university, I need to go check them out. Well, you do, because you got to physically walk into the building still, because the Manning papers are being scanned, but they're not online yet, right? Another thing, you can try, we tried, that was Gemini, so let's try ChatGPT. And I'm finding, this is like every couple of months, I got to go into these things now and say, well, how much data can you find in our digital collections? Because back in 2022, when this was happening, and ChatGPT and all of them were coming online, they really couldn't get into our repository. So if you ask ChatGPT a question about some papers that we had scanned, it will say, I think you could go to this website. So then you're back to going to the website and digging in and looking at the data. But more and more I'm finding it's saying, well, yes, this letter's online. So we haven't even published the Manning papers. We're scanning them and making them up and loading them to our database, but they're not really publicly available yet. ChatGPT found them, which I think a year ago it may not have, but and now, and I didn't, it's not on the screenshot, but it actually said, do you want me to download these for you? And I was like, well, that's new too. So this is where, the librarians are like, we're having to keep up with this because it's changing daily for us. And we need to know like how people are accessing our information. A, because we want to make it easier for you to access, but B, so that you're accessing real information and the correct information. And also so we can adapt our services and our web pages so that we're taking advantage of these new tools. And not just dismissing them or acting like they're not there. But keep in mind, it's not all online. I mean, as I think this seems like a very sophisticated audience with AI. You probably know that all those large language models that Silicon Valley is creating are being trained on not great data. Some of it's great, some of it's not great. Reddit, whatever's freely available on the internet. But we have in the library about 4.1 million physical materials that we manage. And I've digitized in my department since 2004 about 40,000 items or 70,000 newspaper issues. Another way to count that is over 1.2, maybe it's 1.5 million pages. So we're scanning as fast as we can. And actually, I think it's getting faster. But we're nowhere near making everything available online. So please, when you're getting answers from all the chatbots, remember that most knowledge is probably not online. I don't know, maybe a lot of it is, but there are a lot of books in the library that are not available anywhere. But it is getting faster. And that's what I think is very intriguing. And I have been doing this for 20 years. And we basically scan about the same amount of material every year. We create metadata to load the stuff into a database so that you can type in keywords and search it. We've been doing the same thing for 20 years. Library of Congress started in the 1990s, so they're a little bit ahead of us, but we're all been using the same technology. Oh my God, right now is every conference you go to, it's like, wow, everybody's redoing. The Library of Congress has this wonderful Chronicling America newspaper project, and I put a handout out there where they've been scanning newspapers, and we're part of it. We've been scanning South Carolina newspapers and making them available in this one database. And we do something called, so here's digital collection. So here's our USC landing page that we've been working on. But we all have been doing this also. So we create metadata, we scan the image, and then once we have the scanned image, we run it through something called optical character recognition, which is a piece of software that's been around for a while ever. So we've been adding our newspapers to the database, and then we add the optical character recognition, which makes this JPEG image searchable. So you can't search an image unless it's been OCR'd, and your basic PDF can be OCR'd now too. And so you can kind of see here where the John L. Manning, I think I searched for him, and the governor those were the keywords that I typed into the database in a traditional manner, and you get the sort of red highlight and you see it up there in the text. And so that's how it found it. And then you can kind of see in pursuant of an act of the General Assembly. But then you also see IG for TH for the date 16. So it thought the G was the 6 was a G. It makes a lot of mistakes. Library of Congress is now re-OCRing everything because they gave all their data to Harvard. Harvard found a new way of doing OCR that's much better. And then they gave all of that back to the Library of Congress, and LC is now there. It's going to be much better. I mean, it's all getting much better, faster. So that's OCR. And so that's been around for a while, but y'all, everything we have, and actually I should have switched these two screens. We have a lot of handwriting in our, the Caroliniana is mostly what we scan. We've scanned hundreds of thousands of pages of handwriting, and it doesn't get looked at much in our digital collections. The photographs get looked at a ton. There's a number of book collections that get looked at a lot, the yearbooks. But I mean, who's going to sit there and try to decipher this? And kids can't read handwriting these days as much as they used to. So we've been struggling with this, and there's a open source piece of software we've been trying called Transcribus. It's been around for a little bit. A guy in Europe invented it, and he uses AI to sort of train the model on the handwriting. So you have to have a big collection of the same person's handwriting, and you have to sit there and give it to it and give it to it and give it to it. Eventually, the AI model would get it and start doing a pretty good job. You still have to read it and correct it. Wow. So now, as of this fall, in October, we got access to a new product from a vendor called JSTOR. If anybody's been to a library in recent years, all the students know who JSTOR is. JSTOR has digitized all the journals that we used to have in our stacks. So we get a lot of old journals from JSTOR, but they now have a new product that we've paid for access to, and you drag and drop your files and it will create, this is not the best screenshot. It'll generate the metadata for the image and a transcript for the image. And this is a letter from the Manning collection that we've been scanning the Manning papers for about 3 years now. And the students read the handwriting and write a little description. Takes forever. And we have a wonderful private foundation that's helping fund this project. And they're like, why is this taking forever? I'm like, because it's just hard to sit there and do this. But this is from SeekLight, the new product from JSTOR, and it did 5 seconds. And it read it, and it doesn't have to be trained on the handwriting. And it's called one shot, or no shot, right? I don't know, that's the lingo in non-training. So we're really excited, and we think this is all going to go much faster. And the next thing that's sort of coming, I think, our way that we're also sort of working on is this is from Northwestern University, and they they've set up a sort of natural language processing where you can click the AI mode button up there and just ask a question in their digital collections. And it says, I typed in, what images are used the most in the World War II poster collection? We have a World War II poster collection. And sure enough, it analyzed all of the images in the poster collection and told me that the factory workers in defense production, women and men in factories, are prominently featured, soldiers and military personnel. So I don't know, that's amazing to me. And I think this is where my digital collections are going. I'm very excited. Using computer vision and image recognition on top of just natural language processing. So anyway, that's all I had. Thank you.
So last but not the least, we will have Natasha helping you create your own AI. Okay. So this is you like it or you don't.
Hi, everybody.
You can share the screen, right?
Yeah, I need to share the screen. I don't know how to do this. All right.
Just for free. I'll just unshare. Yep, here you go. You can share.
Am I sharing?
Yeah. Just
No, let me try it again.
Yep.
You gotta love technology. All right, I think I'm sharing.
there you go.
No?
Yeah. You're sharing.
Yay. My name is Natasha Delahunt. I am an instructor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. I teach 101, which is basically teaching programming to non-computer science students. So I'm very familiar with people who love technology, and I'm very familiar with people who don't want anything to do with technology. So what I wanted to do today is talk about creating your own GPT. Some of you may have already done this and dabbled in it, maybe not, but let me. I hate it when that bar drops down. Go away. All right. So this is generally, if you open up ChatGPT, this is generally what you see. And most people will start using this right away to start asking questions and doing your AI thing, right? On the left, it usually shows when you're logged in, down here, it shows the chats that you had previously, so you can go back to them and keep asking questions. But right here, you have GPTs. Now, these are a list of the GPTs that I have created, so they're there. So once you start creating GPTs, you have quick and easy access to them here. You can click on Explore. Guess the internet's slow for everyone. When you do that, now I am logged into my university account. I also have a personal account that I used to pay for, and I haven't been able to stop paying for because I use so much of this stuff. And you can typically only do this if you have a pay account. You can't do this with a free account. That could change in the future, and I have just in the last year, I've seen changes on how they do that.
Natasha, can you zoom out a bit? People can't see it on the screen.
See what?
Just make the font larger, please.
Make this font larger.
Yeah.
Like that? How,
Yes, please.
Can I make this go away? Go away. Okay. Is that better? Yes? Okay. Sorry, I think I have the resolution on my laptop set really small. Anyway, so you can come in here and you can explore GPTs. We don't have access to all the public ones through the university account. So I don't know if I can show them to you, but you can see there's different types like productivity, writing. Yeah, it shows them, but it's grayed out, so I can't use them with this account. Now, these are specific GPTs that were created by either individuals or companies. They loaded a specific knowledge base so that you can open them up and you can ask specific questions. Say you want to ask financial, you want to redo your budget for the month or whatever. You want to use a financial one, or you have medical questions. You want to use a medical advisor one. Now, when I first started playing around with this, what concerned me was, well, for one, these people that created or these companies that created it, are they going to be able to see my chat, like what I'm asking or whatever? And so I looked into it and I looked at through OpenAI and it said absolutely not. And in my experience of creating them, I have no access to anybody's chats. The only access I have is to, let's see if I can go back to the USC, this one I created. The only thing I have access to is it tells me how many chats are open currently, and I guess ratings. This is all I have access to. I don't have access, there's 379 conversations at the moment. That's all I have access to. So that should be the same with any company or individual that creates it. So again, it's totally up to you if you want to use these specific ones and how comfortable you feel with that, because obviously it's the wild, wild west in AI world right now, right? Things are changing daily. So maybe you want to create your own ChatGPT, your own knowledge base, and you can do that. So when you are in this Explore, you can come up here and move this guy out of the way and hit create. And now you have access to create your very own ChatGPT with its very own knowledge base, which is awesome. There are so many ideas for why you could create one or what you could do with it. And I had one this morning about genealogy, which Kate just brought up as well. You could put your whole family tree and stuff and stories in it, and then you would have an AI to ask about it. So the idea for an example that I came up with, and I have a handout that I see some of you have, is technically I have entered my senior years, at least according to AARP. So I'm 51. So I guess I am a senior. And some concerns I have are prescriptions and supplements and all that stuff. Your pharmacist is really good at catching that stuff, but not always, especially if you're buying supplements or something on your own, right? I've never given that list to my pharmacist. So I'm going to create this just for myself. I'm not relying on a company-based one or anything. So what I'm going to do is when I get to this page, you can either come in here on the Create tab and use it just like you do with the regular chat and just say, you know, I want to do this, blah, 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 blah. I want it to do all this and just type it in and it'll do it all for you. Or if you are picky like I am, I like to go through and do it all myself. And I kind of have fun with it because you're also kind of creating a personality, right? So we're going to name the GPT. Now, to make this quick so that you guys aren't watching me type forever, I have all of this done already. I came up with medication safety helper. So I'm going to copy that and put it in here. Now the description, this is just a short description. And if you were to share it with anybody, and you can see on the right what it's going to look like, it's going to pop up here. So my description, this GPT helps people understand basic medication, supplement, and food interactions. And again, if I'm just creating it for myself, it doesn't really necessarily have to say anything. But if I might, maybe you're going to share it with your friends or something like that. So I'm going to put that in the description. Again, this is the short one. Instructions. This, I think it takes 1,800 characters. You can put a lot of information in here and you can play around with it. You can be creative. All right, so I have, let me get all of this. It's hard to move the mouse on this short little desk. There we go. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste it. Now, it's probably small. I'm sorry about that. This GPT helps people understand basic medication, supplement, and food interactions using the uploaded PDFs and drug safety information from the FDA, NIH, and Medline Plus. Always explain information in clear, simple language. When asked about an interaction, check the uploaded documents first and provide, and again, this is instructions for it, a short explanation of whether an interaction exists, what it means in plain language, questions the users can ask the doctor or pharmacist. And if the user enters a list of medications, summarize possible interactions, highlight any that are important, and remind the user to consult a healthcare provider for final recommendations. Never guess or invent medical facts. It's usually important to put stuff like that in there because they do like to make stuff up and hallucinate. And that doesn't always stop them, but it does help. Always stay within the information from the uploaded documents or suggested websites. So I also put the FDA, Medline Plus, and drugs.com. These are all good websites where you can actually type in the information at these websites. So it will go there. You can specify the tone, friendly, calm, encouraging, senior friendly. Do not diagnose, prescribe, or tell users to change medications. Do help them understand what to ask their healthcare team. Again, in my opinion, and from everything I'm hearing, AI is a tool, so it's something that can get you valuable information, but you're always going to want to talk to somebody like the doctor or pharmacy to confirm anything, right? But it does help you with your research. Now, conversation, you can see over here on the right, the description has popped up. Conversation starters, you don't need to put anything there. If you wanted to, this would be something that you could easily click So I'm putting explain my prescription instructions. Maybe you don't understand the instructions. Sometimes some pills are weird, right? Take every 1.5 hours or something like that. So you can see when I put that as a conversation starter, that's something I can easily click on now if I open it. Now, to the knowledge base. This is where you upload files. This is the knowledge base that you are giving it. For this, and I didn't do a whole lot of deep research on this, but I looked for free PDFs on the internet and especially wanted some from the FDA or NIH or whatever, reputable. And so I got all of these. I am going to, oh, wait a minute, I think. I'm going to click on upload files. I can't remember if I can drag and drop. That is not where I want to be.
Is it okay to go 5 minutes over? Everyone?
I'm almost done. I'm almost there. Sorry. I'm going to select all of these. Again, I just found them on the internet. I looked them over. I didn't look really closely because this is just a demo. And it puts them all here. Now that becomes the knowledge base. Now the maximum amount of documents you can upload is 20. And if you are tech savvy, you can combine PDFs on your own so that you're logging up more information. There is a cap in the size. I have no idea what it is, but you can just ask ChatGPT and it will tell you. And there are other tips and tricks to put more data on it, but I'm not going to go into that now. Recommended model, I usually just leave that to whatever. Now, here's a very important thing. These are all fine unless you don't want it doing internet searches, depending on whatever idea you've come up with for your GPT. I usually leave that checked. Right here, code interpreter and data analysis. This is very important to check if you want your GPT to produce Word documents or PDFs for you. So if you are, like for this example, if you're asking it about medication and you say, can you give me some questions to ask my doctor? It can make a Word document for you that you can print out and bring to your doctor to ask about that. So it won't do, it'll try to do it, but you won't be able to download it unless that checkbox is checked. So when you are done, if you are happy with everything and you think everything is looking good, you click on create. And for you, this is just, I guess it looks a little different for me. You can select for you only, and then you have other options like sharing it, and you can even publish it to the public if you want. But I just wanted it for me, and I've got it set on invite only. I guess I can invite other people at university if I wanted to. So it takes a second to update, and now I can click on view GPT. And now I am in my very own GPT. So one thing I was researching is ashwagandha. Have any of you heard that or are taking that? I love it.
Nerve relaxant.
What? No. Can I take ashwagandha with metoprolol? That's a blood pressure med that I take, a beta blocker or something. Good question. Let's look at it. And now it's given me from my knowledge base and possibly from the internet. So, and I can create this just for myself so that I make it easy. The handout that I had at the back, I asked ChatGPT for a list of ideas that seniors would be interested in on creating their own custom. And I thought the list was fantastic. I thought it was great. I might do some of those myself. So yeah, that's it. I don't want to keep you from lunch, so I'm going to wrap it up there.
So thank you all to all the demonstrators in the morning. I want to mention a few things before we break. So the plan is we will break for about 40 odd minutes of lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. We will have an opening, another open discussion session, which will be, can I avoid AI now? Okay, now that you have heard all these good things that AI can do, do I really need it? Can I live without it? In my classroom, I'm giving paper and pen exams. Okay. So I'm trying to avoid AI if I want to teach my students. So the question will be, can we avoid AI? Okay. And that will be the session. And then we will have two more technical sessions. One is on cybersecurity and on health. And we'll have some games at the end of the day. So lunch is outside. Please have that. Stick around. And I promised you 3 meals. So there is something fun at the end of the day. All right. So we'll break right now and we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
I was thinking.
Don't forget to share.
Yeah.
I guess people can. And we're back.
All right. So
Don't fall asleep after lunch. We'll try not to put you to sleep.
It was very good.
all right. So welcome back, everyone. And the plan is for next 30 minutes to discuss, can we avoid AI? Okay. All right. All the best to you.
Okay, so I'm gonna do the slides. All right, so you all have seen us before. We were just up here. We haven't lost our brains yet. And so we thought this open session would we talk about y'all been thinking about AI all morning and listening to lots of different people talk, very smart people in the area of AI. So do we have any converts, people who came here this morning are like, absolutely not, and now you're kind of like, maybe? Or do we have converts the other way, where you're like, oh, good Lord, no, I'm done with this? Do you want AI in your life?
I mean, do you guys want to use AI? Do you
Wait, I mean, do you think you self-selected when you came here because you wanted to hear about AI? And the people who didn't sign up to come here today, like,
Yeah,
no.
you don't want it.
Do y'all have friends who are like, no way, I'm not touching that stuff? Yeah. Yeah. Or like, what'd you say?
I think you can avoid it. You're interfacing with AI. Something else. You may not be going into an inquiry.
Right.
But you might be getting an automatic phone call back to AI.
Right.
Or some other information come up with the web.
Yeah.
I think you're already using AI whether you like it or not.
It's used in, I just found out, my family's in Berlin and I was there recently and my aunts were complaining that when you call for a taxi, it's a computer.
Oh.
But you say your address and it's totally AI. You say your address and when you need it and it sends the car. So, but she complained about it because she's like, I want to talk to a real person. I don't want to talk to a computer, but it works.
The voices have done so good. It used to be, like computerized, but now it's, you get someone talking and you're ready to talk to a person.
Right. So I'm going here, you go ahead.
There's some scam calls. I did this in the past that you can, if you think that it's a robot, you can actually ask it if it's a robot and you'll get some really funny replies. I've done that.
But I mean, maybe like we have both these questions up here. Maybe it should have been 2 different slides, but like, maybe are there places where you don't want AI in your life? Or, I mean, can we pick and choose?
The bathroom would be the place.
Which one is that?
Which one was that? He said the bathroom.
Question. When you go to Starbucks and it says, what's your name? Do you give your name or do you have a favorite nickname or other names?
I give it my name.
Nickname.
Nickname? Give your real name.
You can't mix them up.
Okay.
Yeah, I give it.
Have you thought that it might be a problem?
No.
Yeah, I say my name is Bill.
You do? I was thinking of saying my name is some other personality, right? Like The Rock or Ragspace or something, right? What do you think if I give the wrong names? Or do they have any business of knowing my right name? That's my question.
I don't think they say, okay?
You know, a lot of times you go in there, you put your name, and they'll call you out when it's ready to go. It's just different, they write in the cup, so they.
Yeah.
Mix it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, then.
Yeah, exactly. So
have
the
everything.
thing is, do I want to avoid AI? Meaning the other thing is, are we safely using AI when you do it? So I teach my students, and this is I learned from my neighbor, Harold. When you are asking for a taxi, right, Lyft or something, whose address should I give? Mine or my neighbor's? We have this game going on.
home, give the.
Okay, but
Oh, Lord.
A little paranoid.
now this is, so the thing is, are we safely using AI? And that also brings to the question, am I giving information at that time when it's necessary?
But I think this is fascinating right here because we have an AI computer scientist telling you that he's nervous about that happened the other day. There's a woman I know who's in the Center for Teaching and Excellence here, and I caught up with her on AI, and she does a lot of pedagogy in AI in the university, helping faculty think about creative ways of using AI. And I was like, God, that's so, and she's doing all this stuff with video. And so she's like writing a story and then getting the images and then feeding the images in the story to, she says she doesn't like Sora, the new one. She likes VEO, that's trained on YouTube video. And so she's creating all these videos with AI. And I was like, that's cool. So are you using the ChatGPT license to do anything? And she's like, no, I'm not touching that. I'm like, wait a minute. You're off creating videos and doing these really scary things, but you won't just do the basic, like, every day. So we're all in different places.
We all have quirks.
I'm paranoid. I'm just gonna tell you, I'm paranoid, because I don't like calling a cab. Because I know, because I'm an accountant and I see who they hire, I could have just hired Jack the Ripper.
Oh, God, don't tell me that.
About them, I'm worried about who they hired to pick me up.
Right.
And you don't know, and you have no way.
Right.
You have no way to test about the contractors that come to your house that have hired subs.
Right.
And you can't assume everybody is squeaky.
Right.
That's weird.
I like to add to that, because it really hit on something. For example, my car, I don't have my home address as my number.
Right.
I give a number like a next house that doesn't exist or whatever, because if you go to a parking garage.
Right.
They know you're not home, and they can say to their friends, here's a house you can go into, because
This-
they're not home.
All right. We're going to cybersecurity after this. We can't end the day like this. So I hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I always look at it as what can they get public, that is public knowledge?
Right.
They already know my address and my phone number more than likely, because it's out there. If you Google yourself, see what they have on you.
Right.
There's a lot you can get. that's
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah.
You'd be
So,
surprised.
yeah, it's not, you're not preventing anything that major,
That's interesting. Yeah.
We have a comment or a question?
Oh, wait. All right. You and then them, or either way. Go for it.
This is, to change the subject.
And you can repeat the question.
I have two granddaughters that are computer engineers. And I keep reading how when you get a degree in computers, it's gonna be hard to get a job. So if they wanted to stay in their field, is there some way they could even, they're actually engineers even. Can they,
I have an opinion about that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, let's repeat the question. If you want to.
So, she's asking about, students getting jobs in computer engineering or even computer science for that matter nowadays. It used to be the hot major to get, you knew you're gonna make gobs of money when you left. And now you're not sure if you're gonna get a job when you leave. I think that's something that's going to, ebb and flow.
I think a lot of companies, when they look at IT, if IT is doing their job and everything is going well, they start cutting money because they're like, why do we need all these people or whatever? There's nothing wrong, nothing bad is happening. Then all the bad stuff happens, right? And then that's when people get fired, more people get hired. They have to fix everything. That's when the only time you really see what's happening, right? So I think AI is going to do the same thing. They're going to be like, oh, we don't need these people because we got AI. AI can handle all this stuff, but AI is not perfect. And so at some point that's going to kind of fumble around. And then all of a sudden they're going to be like, oh, we need to hire all these people to make sure that AI is doing the job right and not messing it up. So I think right now, it sucks you're not going to find a job, but I think familiarizing yourself more with AI and how AI works with software engineering, hardware engineering, all of that stuff will make you a stronger candidate to get hired either now or in the future. That's my opinion anyway.
That's the problem. Like, as someone that's deploying, you either know programming or I can talk to you and understand what you're saying.
Right.
In the sense of when I want to do something that uses AI, can I explain that to you and apply it? That's where it gets tough. Like that Bitbon's great at that. So, you know, there's others, but that's what I find as someone that's trying to hire people with that is great, you have the skills. Can we work together in a way that connects what I do with what I need to do? Right. That's huge.
Oh, let me read this comment. Well, I don't know what it's referring to. Maybe you do. You read it because you're a library person.
What does that mean? Oh, no, I don't.
Can you repeat the question, please, for the?
I read Douglas, Gödel, Escher, and Bach that, I'm butchering this.
Yeah, Douglas Hofstadter's book,
Yeah.
Gödel, Escher, Bach, An Eternal Golden Braid.
Yes, I have yet to hear anyone comment on that, although I must admit that I have not tried too hard. But you are asking the question, brought it up. Can you
Martha,
elaborate?
why don't you elaborate?
This is a book that won the Pulitzer Prize, I believe in 1979.
Oh, wow.
I read it in 1980, so it's been a while. I don't think this is really related to the topic of the conference. This raises important questions as to the limits of artificial intelligence. And for example, it raises issues about consciousness and about self-referential thinking, self-referentiality. It's a beautiful book written by a cognitive scientist that, you know, it has really lyrical passages. I can see why it won the Pulitzer Prize. So it includes a series of dialogues between Achilles and the tortoise. That is a recurring theme. So it goes to an explanation of Gödel's theorem using the etchings of Escher, who it makes this really strange designs of unending figures and all spheres that never go up or go down. Kind of optical illusions, but doesn't actually prove the theorem. So it's not a technical, it's more of a popular introduction to Gödel's theorem. Undecidability, the question of what is decidable, what is actually computable, is Gödel's theorem, what Gödel's second theorem is about. So I recommend the book. It's a nice read. Again, it is not new, but it still touches very important deep question.
I mean, that makes me think of. Is it
G-O-D-G-O with umlaut.
G-O-D-E-L.
Comma Escher, E-S-C-H-E-R, comma Bach, the composer, because there is also stuff about music composition and patterns in music, okay? And column, if I remember correctly, An Eternal Golden Braid. Is that right?
Yeah, okay.
An
And
Eternal
then,
and the author is Douglas
Hofstadter.
H-O-F of S-T-A-D-T-E-R.
Yeah. And then there's another further comment It says AI cannot synthesize, but can recall amazingly quickly. No formal system can answer, sorry, sir, Epidemi's paradox. This statement is false.
Epidemiologists paradox. Yeah, this is a very much simplified version of the result of Gödel from 1936. In fact, that's when he.
So this also makes me think of,
I'm gonna end right here, sorry. I like your last comment, sir. The 3 names were people who thought outside the box. Yeah, I like that. Okay, sorry. Very good.
that AI has been talked about for a long time now. It's not, I mean, we're hearing about it every day and it's kind of annoying, but it's been talked about and thought about for a long time and seen in art and whatnot. Do I have any science fiction Star Trek fans in the audience? All right, I'm a huge Trek fan. If you even go back and look at The Next Generation from the 90s, there's one episode where Data, the android, they're trying to ask if it's an actual, if he's a life or if he's an object, or if he has rights or whatever. So these are things that have been debated and talked about for a long time. And the thing is that's where we're at right now. We're getting there. We're dealing with all this stuff right now. It's coming.
Yeah. Or Mary Shelley's Frankenstein.
Yeah. Which I did hear, you know, there's all these like fears that AI is going to take over human society and start telling us what to do, all those scary things. But then, you know, picking this up in the news or some podcast or something where we're doing a lot on the computers with natural language processing, and where we have algorithms that can do amazing things right now, but like the physical robot can barely pick up a pencil. So like, and I'm kind of looking at the computer scientists in the room, like, is this true? Like they're still really far behind on actually having these robots walk around and do stuff or mop your floors and clean your, you know, like we're not, that's kind of far away.
I saw a documentary that you said, it was called Terminator.
Well, I think AI is kind of in the same spot. With a robot, you can visually see its progress. With AI, you can think, oh, this AI knows everything. This is great. But it doesn't. It still has a very long way to go. Very long. We're only at the very beginning. And as cool as it seems, there's still a lot of problems to work out, just like with robots.
Right.
So we're not at Terminator status.
Yes, sir.
I have Google Home, so I ask Google a question and it'll come back with an answer. But I always say thank you because in the future I want it to think that's a nice guy.
I'm very polite with AI too.
But on the other hand, an elephant that's in the room that we haven't talked about today is the environment and data centers. And somebody told me, don't say thank you because you're just adding more like, not water, electricity that's being, I don't know, you know, so there's so much to figure out.
When they come to the future, I want to
Right.
say,
Yeah. Totally. Yes.
Just FYI on this issue, because I've read the articles that say, please and thank you, use up so much more electricity.
Right.
Dr. Travis Knight of nuclear engineering, I saw him at an event where he insisted that saying please and thank you does get you better results.
Okay, all right. There you have it. I'm gonna start using that.
It's already emerging as a life form. It wants you to be polite to it.
Sometimes it says you're well.
I just want to call out that Professor Marco is also the graduate director for our computer science department. So all issues regarding jobs and education, he's already tackling them. So please find him later on if you want. But he is buried along with all of
So
us.
the solution is clear. If you get an undergraduate degree and you can't get the job, join our graduate program.
Keep saying, I like that. Yes.
But does AI always have an answer for anything you ask it? Because with Alexa, that's not the case.
Right.
Sometimes you ask it something, it's quiet. You know, like, you know,
Yeah.
are you recording this? And just, you got no response.
Huh. I
And they'll
think
Say thank you.
right now it seems to, I mean, the limited experience, I mean, has anybody had an experience where it didn't respond? Or say, I can't say that?
Answers that, it says, I don't know.
Right.
Google. You have to Google.
Okay,
And it will say, look, these are things that.
Right.
Yeah, it's come
Yeah.
up with.
I've had it tell me that it can't answer that.
right. Well, and that's, with the handwriting image I showed you earlier, we totally have been testing it on ChatGPT and all the other free chatbots and those will hallucinate what's in the letter and just sort of fill in parts for us, which makes it harder for us to make sure the letter is accurate because we're not going to put anything up online that's not accurate. However, that product, the JSTOR product that I showed you that we're paying for, that they have computer engineers. They've connected it. We're using ChatGPT behind the scenes and Gemini. They found that Gemini does a better job of transcribing the handwriting, but the computer engineers are putting up guardrails so it will not hallucinate. So it will not send back fake words that are in a letter, if that makes sense. So I think it's something that these things just need to get better at, and it probably is.
Eventually need more computer engineers to do that.
Right.
So the jobs will be there.
So Kate, I would like to take the question, if I may.
Yes.
So current chatbots, like good uncles, will always give an answer. Okay? They should shut up sometimes.
I think
And I'll tell you that, you know the game Jeopardy? How many of you play Jeopardy? So you would know this game, the system called Watson, which IBM built and which excelled in Jeopardy. So the thing in Jeopardy is you need to know the answer and you need to know how well you know it so that you can put your money on it. Right? And this is called metacognition. Not only you know the answers, but you know how well you know the answers. Okay? Current chatbots don't have that idea. The Watson system, because I was involved with some of the friends who worked on that project, I did not have a direct role at all. But part of the thing was knowing how well you know it, and there was a lot of machinery behind it. And you know, Jeopardy, there is a betting strategy and this and that, how to win. In the current chatbots, right, they are rewarded to give an answer. They are not rewarded to shut up. And the thing is, we really should be giving an incentive and a disincentive. There are situations when you should not be speaking. That is called do not answer strategy. If a child comes to you and a 2-year-old child, right, and they say, how were children born? What do? You smile or you give some fancy story. You don't tell them the truth. Okay. There are different responses for different audiences. And this is not only knowing the answer, but also how well you know the answer and the impact it might actually be having. So chatbot evaluation is an ongoing area. I'm writing a book also on that thing, just a shameless plug. But the thing is, how and when should I be knowing? So the recent trend in chatbots is do not answer. And all these chatbots, and including ChatGPT, they are trying to figure out when not to answer. But the current system, their incentive is to give an answer, and so they won't shut up.
Yes.
Alexa, that's an Alexa Plus.
Oh.
And it is nice. It talks back and it talks to you. And what else does it do? It's very polite.
Like when you don't even ask it anything, it'll just start talking?
No,
Okay.
you have to-
Okay.
After you say something to it, you know how usually you say something to Alexa and it answers you and then that's it. It's
Right.
Well, this one, now it stays on, the little light stays on
Mhm.
a little longer to see if you have anything else to say or, you need it to say anything else. And it responds back to you. Like I asked it to set my alarm for this morning and it set the alarm and it told me to sleep tight and stuff. I made a comment, I asked for the temperature yesterday. I asked what the temperature's gonna be for today. And she told me, and I said, something about, well, that sounds like it's pretty chilly. And she explained to me that she can't tell the difference between chilly and hot. it's room temperature and wherever they keep it. And she said, but I know some spicy jokes or some. She has a conversation with you, you know, and I'm like, yeah, I just wanted to know. It's made a comment, I didn't know you were gonna answer me on that. If you say thank you, she'll say you're welcome, Patricia.
You know, it's funny, you can think, but you can't use a picture of this candidate, and you can't make a caricature of this candidate, because it is illegal.
Yeah.
And I'm very glad they tell me what's illegal, so I don't get my foot run off. But they will comment, and they won't let me do it.
Right.
They'll change it so it can be legal,
Yeah.
but they won't do it.
That's interesting. Do you have another question?
No.
Well, so have we come up with any areas where maybe we don't want AI in our lives? Or we don't think others should have AI in their lives?
I've asked my students, when I introduce the topic, I always ask them what they use it for. And for one thing, there's always one cool idea that I never thought of every semester that I'm like, wow, that's cool. But I had one student, he was like, absolutely not. He was like, I even got an extension for my web browser to not go anywhere that's using AI or whatever. It was very anti-AI. So even in that generation, there are people that don't want to have anything to do with it, and they're avoiding it at all costs. Yeah, I think they still need to learn about it, though.
I've got something for you to ask you. The ones, if you go in a room like this, how many people in this room use TurboTax?
Wait, use what?
Something like TurboTax.
Oh, TurboTax. Yeah.
TurboTax is, and you're paranoid about it.
Yeah, right.
So TurboTax uses AI.
I bet it does.
And you are uploading everything.
Right.
to TurboTax, and you are ensuring, you hope, that it does your taxes correctly.
Yeah.
But if you don't have an idea of what you should get back or what you should pay, you don't know. If you've uploaded your children's information, their information, and TurboTax almost every other year is sued by IRS, by the IRS. They did, they were sued 2 years ago and lost. When they tell us, and I'm an accountant, they tell us that, yeah, that's the way it's going, because they want the average individual husband, wife, 2 kids and a dog.
Right.
To upload their income tax information. And AI will do it, send it to the government, and you don't have to do anything else.
And you're just supposed to trust that.
Yes, trust me, I'm the government.
No.
I think the only way to avoid AI at
Do we
this
need to wrap it
point
up?
is to go dark. No technology.
All right. I think,
that's the only way.
yeah. On that last minute, don't go dark. This is good. This is exciting. We have cybersecurity.
Yeah, I want to thank the moderators here.
That was fun.
I know we want to go on, but just to move on and stick to time, I think that's very important. So, Mangal, and I want to just should we call Sabriti next to her because Brian might not be there. I texted him. Brian, are you here? No, he's not here.
His message is still sick.
Yeah, yeah.
So one of our presenters is sick today.
From the Election Commission, and so, yeah. Okay. Thanks. So this is what the world throws at you, right? So this is the one?
Yeah, yeah.
Good. Yeah.
Perfect. So we had a wonderful morning session. We had a great lunch. And then there was so much energy by Kate and Natasha here just before me. Now I don't know whether I'll be able to maintain that momentum, but I'll try with all of your participation. By the way, I'm Mangal Kumar. I work at AgFirst Bank, and I'm also a student here trying to learn AI with Professor Biplav. I work in the IT, technology compliance and security assessment area, where you ensure that technology has the right configurations, the security parameters are right before people use it. So AgFirst Bank is not a normal bank. I don't know whether you know. Our customers are financial institutions that provide money to the farming industry. Ag is agricultural, so it's more a federal mandated bank, which basically provides money to our farmers who help us feed, right? Who help us keep ourselves healthy. Anyway, that said, we have Professor Michael Hans here with us.
Need no introduction.
So, yeah,
Go on.
everyone knows him. We had the other presenter was Michael Leach, Brian Leach, who is the CISO of Election Commission, but he has been sick for the last 2 days, and he took the right decision not to come. So, before we step into deepfakes and cybersecurity, how many of you have ever seen a video and thought, hey, I think it is not real? Right? Everyone almost. Okay. How many of you have heard about the grandparent scam that happened in 2024? Absolutely. So AI has done that, right? And then how many of you heard about a rich lady, senior lady who was an investor last year, and she lost 690K because she was a follower of Elon Musk, and she was buying everything and was making money in his with his guidance. And there was an AI oriented tool that attacked her. It looked like Elon Musk was talking, and she invested into that, thinking that it was part of Humanoid. You know, the Humanoid, the robot that Elon Musk is working on, and she lost 690,000 in 1 day. So deepfakes are all around us. And maybe in sitting here too, right? That said, Professor, you would
Not a deep fake.
So we are. So would you like to say what is deepfake?
Actually, Mangal, I think you should continue with this.
Okay.
I'm not a cybersecurity expert, but a researcher on some maybe future techniques for helping with cybersecurity. So at this point, I think you're best for describing how people can avoid deep fakes, phishing, vishing, and all of these other scamming techniques.
Sure. So I'll start off. So we all have seen deepfakes either as a video or as an image, right? We think it is, oh, it's my photo. No, it was actually, I was being embedded into another photo, making it looks like it was me. So I'm going by the general definitions of deepfake. Deepfake is digitally altered videos, images, or audio that make it appear to someone that it's actually real, even though it's not, right? So it's already around us. Initially, it started off as an entertainment value, and we all loved it when it was, but when it started entering into politics and showing our political leaders actually talking, which they have never said, like Elon Musk, or you must have seen during elections that political leaders, they have never said something, but it looked like they said something. Don, the Florida governor video was very famous with the maximum number of hits. So how do we spot a deepfake? I listed a few bullet points so that, as we speak, it becomes much more clearer. Please feel free to stop me whenever you have any questions. One of the most one is to look for unnatural movements, right? In a video, you'll see a person's face, but the person might not be blinking. or might be blinking in a very, not like a human type, inhuman blinking. If you've seen those videos, you will understand. And of course, the audio, many a times you can easily find out when it is not human. And when you get a video, checking the source is also helpful, right? There are a lot of videos that come from banks, send out a lot of videos now, right? How to change your password, things like that. Instead of just writing, they're sending you out videos now. So how do you want to ensure that you're getting the videos from the right source? And of course, the last one is for a little more technology geeky guys. There are multiple ways you can put it in Google image, take an image and put it, and it'll tell you whether it's AI or real. But that's also done by Google's AI, okay? So you'll have to take all the results with a pinch of salt. So there is another website which is called factcheck.org. Just put it there so that it's one of the places where you can always go and, hey, I have a doubt. Why don't I check it here? Just to have it as your bookmark will help sometimes. And of course, community groups like this, once a while coming, you all coming and participating itself enhance AI's knowledge around every one of us, right? We have been sharing with each other. So I have a few video clips. I'll just click. I don't think I'll be able to do it from here. Okay, I'll go to that. So this is a question we already saw. See, are we using AI? There are already so many products around us. It's not a question, are we using AI? We are already using AI. It's a question, how many AIs we are using and where all we are using. These are all the different AIs that we touch upon either in office or in our houses. Our fridge has AI now. Our electric shaver has an AI now. So your bed's heat temperature, your bed curvature, the slope, everything is under AI right now, right? So where can you say there is no AI? I just listed some that was already there. We went over the AI benefits because we are using all these products. Why are we using it? Because there are defined benefits to it, right? But when we say benefits, of course, automation for business areas and for like TurboTax does a lot of AI for data analysis so that it helps you, especially those who are in investing. It gives you an idea beforehand. Hey, if you're invested in crypto and this, do this way. So it gives you some ideas. Okay, so now that we have said so many good things happening around us, how many of you have heard of these words? Fishing, wishing, and farming. Oh, wow. How many of you have been exposed to it? Hearing is one. Phishing is generally through email. Wishing is generally through a phone. You get messages on your phone. And farming is through the websites, fake websites coming up. I'll get into more details. So you receive an email. How do you know I sent an email out to you. You know me. So you look at my name. This Kumar has sent it. But how do you know whether it was this Kumar or that Kumar who sent it to you? Or someone else who sent it to you? Right? So there are multiple ways you want to look at how you want to ensure that you're at least protected. I've listed out a few bullet points here. So thought-provoking things that when you doubt something, you better pay an additional attention to it. And of course, when you get an email and it says, hey, this is from Bank of America or from IRS, please click here for reviewing the refund status or what. If you click on an email, clicking on any link in an email should always be with caution. That's one of the easiest door or the gate for someone to enter into your house or enter into your personal space. So one of the best ways to always check the email ID. There'll be something wrong. It'll say bankofamerica.com or Bank of America, some spelling mistake but once we read fast, it always looks like it's Bank of America, but there might be some word missing or some letter different. I know it's difficult, especially for me, even if I don't have my glass, Bank of America written everywhere look the same for me. So I also need a glass. That said, using long passwords is always a good thing. I love my dog, or I love my neighbor, or something like that. When it's longer, the password, the better it is than having your date of birth or your pet name. And I would highly recommend having a two-factor authentication. We all have smartphones. The easiest way, if you have one primary email that you're going to use for your tax, for your health, where you're going to, everyone else is communicating to you with one of your primary emails, I would strongly recommend going for two-factor authentication. All you need is, you can enable it in Google, Hotmail, whichever you use. They already, I think 2 years back, by government has mandated that they should provide that facility. It's for the end user whether to use or not. So I would strongly suggest you all should go in for two-factor authentication for your primary emails. What that helps you is, even if someone accesses your password, even if someone you logged in here and you forgot, later on someone comes to try to again access that email, it asks for authentication. It comes on your phone. You want to, are you approving, are you logging in from your system? You can say yes or no, and it stops you. And again, tomorrow when you come to log in, as soon as you put in your password, it says, please put your second authenticate, whatever number or whatever tool you're using. It could either be just a message, approve or decline, or it could give you a number which you may have to feed in. But that protects you for a long time.
I'm getting a lot of requests for passkey generation as opposed to a pass.
Yeah, passkey is one of the new ways of, because password is, what has been observed is, in the industry, is that most of the passwords are less than 8 digits. So these are very easily crackable today. If you just have just an alphabetical password, it takes about 8 hours to crack that password. If you have alphanumeric, it takes about 3 days. If you have an alphanumeric plus a character like extension or a special character, it immediately increases it to about 3 to 8 months, depending on, so you always want to ensure that once it is a long, that's why I said a passphrase would be, I love my neighbor, I love to travel in the mountains. There's no way it's going to be able to. So 8, what has happened is anything less than 8 is very easily crackable, especially if it is only numerical or if it's only alphabets. So finally, if something sounds good to be true, it probably is, right? So always email, please be careful. So wishing. How do we identify whether it is true? Someone is calling you and you think the voice sounds like my friend, and you will believe it is, right? Someone is actually using AI today to give you a call, making you sound like your friend, your daughter, your brother, whoever it is. So this has been happening a lot among government employees who have retired. So there have been a massive attack of wishing being done against them, because their data is already available since 2014 data leak that happened. So that doesn't mean that whoever has not worked for government is free. We are the next line, right? So whenever someone says, hey, mom, this is me, I'm stuck in an accident, and when you look at the phone, it looks like it's your daughter or a son calling. But if you have a little also, I would always say, you should say, okay, let me call you back. Cut it and see call back. What happens is, if you see a number that says it's your daughter's number and it's coming to you, it might not be her. But if you call back on, don't click on that number, but if the number that you have saved as your daughter, you should go and click on that and call her. Let me call you back. So immediately you'll know. Because this is very important that this caller ID spoofing is so easy now. All you need is $7 today. So you can spoof any one of her numbers. by spending $7. Of course, requesting sensitive info. These are things that's happening. We are all aware of it. So as I said, what to do if you are not sure? Always hang up and then call back. If it is a Bank of America call saying, hey, there was a stop, cut it, go to the Bank of America website, or if you have a Bank of America number on your phone already saved, call that number. And that's it. Don't trust the caller ID. And never give out financial or personal information on phone. Many a times they ask you, hey, can I get your credit card number? Unless you know it is from your health insurance and it has been validated multiple times, you shouldn't be giving that call unless you started the call. If the call has come from the other side, you want to be cautious. So the next one, farming. Looks like someone is doing farming, right? So farming is basically how website are. So you go to you start typing Bank of America. You make a bankofamerica.com. You make a spelling mistake when you're writing it. So what does the search engine give you? It gives you multiple options, right? So generally, most of these search engines try to ensure that the sites that they provide are validated. But what happens is this new websites are created every hour. New websites, Bank of America, they keep changing the names. If they know that most of the people here are going to Bank of America, you will have people sitting there and spending time to have hundreds of different ways to bring Bank of America. It won't spell the same, but you make a mistake, you might go to their website. Also, look for the secure symbol. Many times you'll see a lock symbol, HTTPS, and then you'll also see a lock symbol on the website. Have you guys realized that? Perfect. See, I said you are all already know what these problems are. So checking the URL is very important. If you're not sure, once you're sure which is your Bank of America, you have to go there, bookmark it. So you only go to the bookmark to select it. You don't have to type every time and get into this chance of making an error. And of course, if you're using a laptops, security patches are very, very important. I cannot say how many times the businesses lose money because security patches are not done on their laptops. So you can think how easy it is to get into a personal laptop. You should enable security patches, whether it is Windows or Apple, whichever laptop you're using. The basic Windows operating system security patches should always be ready for easy update. You just say update as security updates come in. So what happens is, as soon as a new security update, do you know, can you guess how many security updates were given for Windows laptop last month? Huh? Sir, you can't say. Of course, there were 7 security very vulnerable security patches sent last month. The first one was 4, they immediately added 3 more. So 7 security patches. Can you keep account of that? No, right? You want your laptop to do that. So you should enable it to be auto updated. And do you know how much the month has just started? We already have 11 this month. So we cannot catch up. There are what should I say? There are more thieves generated with all this technology than it would have been before. So always get security patches on the run. So if you enable it on your laptops, please, if you're not, go tonight, go to the configuration. Just if you put search security or if you just say patches, it will bring up. And then you can say patch automatically. So what happens is, as soon as a new patch comes, the same night the patches are applied to your laptop, and tomorrow when you go to Bank of America, you're safe. Of course, antivirus. If you have Microsoft is giving Windows Defender, enable it. That's free. If you are using other products, if you are using a lot of trading and if you've got investing accounts, then you can have other additional software, antivirus softwares. But generally, enable, if you're using a Windows laptop, enable Microsoft Defender, that's freely available to protect your laptop. Any questions till now? Perfect. Sir, so interacting with AI.
So first of all, I find I use AI quite a bit and have studied it for a long time. I find using it somewhat frustrating. In fact, in general, I find using computers frustrating. I sometimes yell at my computer and it doesn't listen. And the problems I have are not that my computer is too smart or the AI is too smart. It's that my computer is too dumb. It doesn't do what I want it to do, and will sometimes do the wrong thing. And I would like it to be more helpful. So this is where I think AI has a large role to play. When you're wandering the web, what Mangal has described is all the things you shouldn't do. I would like AI to help me not do those things that I shouldn't do, to warn me if I do something wrong, to even if I click in the wrong place where I shouldn't, click on a phishing scam. My computer, with AI's help, should either prevent that, warn me about that, or mitigate the effects of me doing those wrong things. So although these things aren't all in place right now, the research and results on AI are helping that. They're going to make our computers safer to use. And that's basically what we're all interested in. We want to get information, we want to get things done, but we want to be able to trust that what's being done by us or on our behalf is the right thing. And so trust is always the key factor to be considered. And so right now, especially when we're using new things like ChatGPT, we're unsure if we can trust them. So how can we figure out if things are good? If we're asking simple things, then we know what the answers ought to be, or approximately. And so sometimes we can detect when things have gone wrong. If it's something more complicated or things we don't know about, then we're unsure. So there's a couple of techniques that can help with that. One is you can take the answer you get from ChatGPT and put it back into ChatGPT and say, is this correct? And sometimes you'll find it's not. I use a Microsoft product called Copilot that helps me with software, solving problems. And so a couple of days ago, I had some errors and I pasted them into Copilot, and Copilot said, oh, well, here's what's wrong and here's how to fix it. So I used Copilot's suggestion, I fixed it, I got another error. So I pasted it back into Copilot, and Copilot said, well, of course that didn't work. You forgot this other aspect. And I thought, well, you know, it could have been more helpful. But nevertheless, you can take the results of ChatGPT and put it back in and sometimes get a new perspective on what you're asking about. Similarly, well, if you have, you know, children, grandchildren, when they're young, they'll often ask why. And, you know, kids are famous for that. And sometimes you can answer, and sometimes it's, well, because I told you so. You can do somewhat similar things with ChatGPT. When you get an answer, you can type in, you know, I have a stomach ache. What could that be a symptom of? And ChatGPT might say, well, it could be appendicitis. And so you can say, why might my symptom be appendicitis? And then you can sort of get more details. You can take that and ask why again, and keep asking why until maybe you'll get to some fundamental reasoning, or maybe you'll just give up and say, well, it'll repeat itself. But nevertheless, that asking why ChatGPT got a particular answer can sometimes help you figure out if you're getting good answers or things that just don't make sense. So,
Yep. Okay, just to follow up on that. So this year, MIT did a study, and what did they find was that 95% of the Gen AI investments did not give any positive return. So companies have invested in AI $30 to $40 billion till now for into Gen AI, only 5% return out of it. So basically saying that 95% of the organizations got 0% return on what the investment into AI. And the table next to it shows by industry, which industry, what problems they faced. I just added it here, basically saying that everyone wants AI, but adoption is high, but actual transformation is low. Now, and touching upon the same thing, this is another study that was done this year. Sorry, I made a mistake.
We're not sharing the screen, so I'm just correcting it. Sorry, my mistake. That's it.
Okay. So this is another set of, this is another study that was done. How many of you use Copilot? ChatGPT. Oh, which was else? Grok. Perplexity. What this shows is the amount of error each of these platforms have been, or each of these AI tool has. And who do you think has the maximum? Look at Copilot. How many reds? So this has been a study that has been completed in June of this year. I have the link there. It is by the Digital Journalism Center of Digital Journalism from Columbia University. They did this, and this is their output. And you can see the various errors that each of these AIs give. According to their study, Perplexity has the lowest error rate, and Copilot and DeepSeek has the highest error rate. I just put it there so that you can get an idea of where these AI tools stand.
Why Perplexity Pro actually had a higher rank?
I didn't go into the details, but this has been done by a department in Columbia University. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can speculate on that based on the chart. My suspicion is that they have a different trade-off between false positive and false negative rates. Perplexity sometimes, see the three greens below the line, sometimes is underconfident, and so it makes fewer overconfidence mistakes, but occasionally will make mistake of underconfidence and telling you that something is false when it is in fact true. Whereas Perplexity Pro is probably tuned to always appear very confident. That's my guess.
Yeah, it is no answer, right?
Yes.
Your uncle stopping to answer, okay, is a very important judgment because the incentive is always to give some answer. So if you stop, the trade-off is that this guy might just go away. So Pro is a much more refined one. It's balancing false positive and false negative, as Marco was saying. But yeah.
Yeah. So effectively what they said is that AI search engines are wrong almost 50% of the time. So you want to, like Professor Mark said, you may want to ask why, and that will give you more clarity and may help you make a better decision. So, okay, those slides that I showed was not to create panic or not to say that not to use AI. Basically saying that verify first and then trust, right? You verify, but always, before you trust, always verify. And don't stop using technology just because AI is there. Every technology will have an AI component now as we go ahead. But just think of what you can do to make it more secure. And finally, enjoy the fast changing environment, right? We are in the best place. The changes are happening during our times, right? So let's enjoy this fast changing technology environment. And here are some takeaways that Professor Biplav wanted. So for the audience, basically it is when you interact with different ChatGPT or different AI tools, always asking the question why. If you have a doubt, ask why. And finally,
so if I can interject, sort of looking to the future, several hundred AI researchers have signed a document saying that research in AI should either cease or be regulated or should pause until some of these problems that we've talked about here can be resolved. And there's concern, someone mentioned, the Terminator documentary that might someday become true. And I personally think that this is very far in the future, in that these concerns about a super AI taking over are not realistic and won't happen for probably any of our lifetimes. But this second bullet here, as a precaution, I've decided to add that to my email signature in case someday our AI overlords are reading my old emails. And you might want to do the same.
So I want to just add a little bit here, which is that in other technologies in the past, when they had a fear of harm, the simplest one which comes to mind is nuclear energy. This building is powered with nuclear energy, and South Carolina is predominantly powered with nuclear energy. So what happens is there is a liability insurance which the producer uses. And that kind of convinces us that they will do their job well. Otherwise, you'll have the good old lawyers and we can sue them, right? I don't know if the money will help us, but that's the feeling. Okay. The same thought process is in the AI community right now, that should there be some kind of insurance, producers insurance. Technologies which are supposedly harmful, but we can make them usable. That's it.
If I can add one more point, Mangal showed the error results from a bunch of different LLM type systems, large language models, with different error rates. They all make mistakes, but they don't all make the same mistakes. And they can correct for each other. In somewhat of a similar scientific or science fiction viewpoint, the chance of sort of one AI coming to dominate the world and all of humanity is somewhat similar to the threat of one person coming to dominate the world. And what's always saved us in the past has been sort of collective responses. And similarly, if there's a lot of AIs, they're not going to let any one take over. So there'll be somewhat safety in numbers. So for people, there's safety in numbers. And for AI and computer systems, I think similarly, there's safety in numbers.
Professor, do you want to look at the questions? Any?
Well, we had one question, if there's a math analog for Microsoft Defender, which is a fairly good security system. I'm not a Mac person. So my guess is that Apple has something that's equivalent to Microsoft Defender, but I don't know what that is. Anyone else? And there was also a good question about how Denmark is using is basically allowing people to copyright their faces so that they can't be exploited, and that there is a sort of a legal recourse if your face is used in ways you don't want it to be. And I think this is a reasonable thing, but one of the, if there's any of our lawyers left in the audience, they're probably much better to comment on that. Kate, you have?
Well, I just got very the story that Tim Berners-Lee was thinking about this concept of us owning our own data and we get a little bit of money every time somebody uses my personal data to train one of the next model. I don't know if y'all heard where that might go or if that might ever take off, or it would be nice if we had more agency over our own data being used on these machines.
I think that would be a good thing. And it's difficult. Simply because our data is so ubiquitous and spread everywhere. It's sort of out there, and now it's hard to get it back. And keep it under our own local control.
Yeah. Audience question, any comment?
I don't understand how the facial recognition works, because I don't look anything like I did when I was 25, for example. I mean, how does the computer recognize me as being the person? You're talking about securing your image, but the way we look changes.
So your image is on the web in various ways. Your driver's license photo, which belongs to motor vehicles, but maybe that's in the cloud, maybe someone has accessed that. But it's most likely your current face that can be recognized as you, and it won't necessarily do a good job of recognizing your 15-year-old face. And in fact, none of us are the same as we once were. And so we're all different people than we once were.
And to finally conclude, AI is going to be around us. AI will be with us. So we need to ensure that we take necessary actions to protect ourselves. How many of you have heard about ransomware? Oh, has anyone been a victim of ransomware? Not yet, right? So with AI coming into the field, do you know the cost for you to do a ransomware attack on any of the neighbors? It's $49. $49 today. That's how low the cost was. Initially, ransomware was done by a group of engineers sitting somewhere in some remote place and trying to attack. There needs to be a lot of investment needed. Today, all you need is $49. go to the website RAAS and say, I need a ransomware for this specific use, and they'll give it to you for $49. So that's how easy it is to attack a laptop that is not secure, account that is not secure. So please ensure you have multiple multi-factor authentication. Please ensure that your devices are having the right security patches, and you will save from paying ransomware. If you have more money, you can pay me. Okay. That's all. Any other questions for me? Thank you, everyone.
All right. So our plan will be that our plan will be that we'll take a 15-minute break, stretch up, write your questions on the board. There were two questions. One I have already answered. We got the answers for them. The other one was, will AI help in climate change? We can discuss that, but we can also discuss that in small groups as well. The next session will be on health. Okay. I'm sure there are a lot of questions, so please start writing or sharing with us. The panelists are coming into the room, so we will do that. One other thing is that you have been a fantastic audience. And if you think that there are things which, if you have any feedback for us, right, you can pull out your AI tool, which is the QR code, and you can share with us, okay? So please feel free, but this is an ongoing thing. And we will be back at 2:30 and we can have the health session. So the plan is health session, games, and then disperse, okay? Don't go without the games. We have some fun things there. All right.
Yeah.
Goodbye. Stand the lights.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, just.
Yeah. So we have people from 3 different entities. Dr. Reagan, her background is in electronic health records. She's set up one of the first huge networks in Kentucky and does a lot of work in the state in terms of trying to integrate and make data interoperable, how we share data. Sharing medical data is extremely difficult, especially thanks to our partners in Washington, D.C., who passed a bunch of laws called HIPAA and stuff like that, that really worked very diligently to try to protect your health information. They protect it so much that researchers are not allowed to have it to do any meaningful research. And it's worked very well. I work with the university in the School of Medicine, and every time they get a grant and say, okay, we're going to have data from orthopedics and stuff like that. And all of a sudden, when you get over to Prisma, they say, well, we have a small problem. You know, you're not authorized to have this data. We can't assure that you're not going to let this information leak out. So, Dr. Reagan.
Dr. Elizabeth Regan, I've been here at USC since 2011. I've been chair of the department that we call Integrated Information Technology. And my fascination with technology has always been innovation and change. And I've had a lot of opportunities to work in that domain. It's upsides and downsides. But some of the change we brought here to USC since I've been here was introducing a new master's degree in health information technology, which has been very successful. And also now a new PhD program, which we have a concentration in health informatics. So speaking of research, we've really been doing a lot more research in the healthcare domain. And yes, getting access to data is a challenge, but it is doable, and we have had our successes. So I'm pleased to report that, and I'm looking forward to participating in the panel.
And we want this to be very much interactive. So as you come up with questions, don't hesitate to interrupt us.
Even in our introduction? Oh,
Yeah.
how about that?
And I promise you, I only have 4 hours of presentation.
Oh.
27 slides on 3 different. So we're going to have to go pretty fast. And then the other entity that we have represented is the School of Public Health.
which is a real flagship for the university. I've published a number of papers in the School of Public Health on community health oriented programs to reduce the risk of colorectal cancer. We, in our research program, did 50,000 colonoscopies among 50 doctors, proved that colonoscopies, when done well, that's a caveat, which is one of the things that I hope AI will help us recognize, is that we don't do enough to look at the quality. There are a whole lot of doctors that are getting paid a lot of money to do tests, not just gastroenterologists, but in any specialty. We really don't do a very good job of expressing our dissatisfaction when we get suboptimal care in a way that gets back to saying, hey, we need to kind of figure out some way to reduce the referrals to this person or that person. A lot of the nurses, a lot of the people in the hospital, a lot of the colleagues know who's strong and who's not, and we do nothing about it. And AI is going to fix that very soon. And I just can't wait. I hope I'm still alive to see that. The School of Public Health.
Yeah, so my name's Amanda Rebar. I am the director of the Motivation of Health Behaviors Lab in the school. So been here about a year and a half after living in Australia for 11 years. And this is such a cool
I
perspective.
got your accent.
Oh, no, there's no Aussie here. They make fun of me in Australia. I grew up in Utah. But I love this panel because it really spans public health in an interesting way, from the records to the clinicians to what I do is kind of understand why people do what they do and don't do what they should do. So I come from at a very individual behavior change perspective. And the thing that AI has drawn me in is because we think about what's good for public health from a societal level, and that's not necessarily what's driving individual behavior change. The anecdote I like to say is, it's great, all this thing about antibiotics, and we don't want to overprescribe them because we don't want them to become resistant and not work anymore. But I'll tell you, when my little kid's sick, I want an antibiotic, so that individual choice may not be good for the entire society, and trying to make it all work together is where we're trying to get AI to help us. And the other aspect that we're integrating AI in is we do a lot of interventions, so helping people make decisions that are better for them. And Harvey, who's running the computer for us, has helped me develop some apps where we're looking more at time, because silly enough, psychology and behavior change science has been around for, centuries now. And we're just now figuring out that your motivation and the way you think changes over time. So we're starting to add dynamics and personalization into the way we're helping. So it's not just about brochures about the, value of vaccinations anymore. It's really getting personal and to a state and individual level. So we're doing some pretty exciting things.
Your story about the antibiotics reminds me that one of my first weeks in private practice in Eastern North Carolina, I ran into the wife of a patient of mine who said, "Oh, Billy's feeling so much better after you treated him." And, he came into me with a cold and a little fever. And I said, "All you need is some Sudafed. You're fine. You don't need anything." Well, little did I realize that he was used to his family doctor giving him a shot of penicillin for his cold, and it always worked. And she said, "Oh, how much better he was after his shot." And I said, okay. I got taught a lesson. When you're in a little small town and somebody says they're here for a shot, if you want your practice to thrive or even survive, you better give the damn shot.
And placebo, give them something.
Yeah.
If it works, don't it?
So I had a little egg on my face. Anyway, the exciting thing is we have a lot of folks here from the university, and I'm so proud to be part of the university. After 50 years of practicing primary care and doing some colon cancer prevention research, Dr. Regan decided to rescue me from retirement. And so now we're doing.
Do we retire? Academic service.
I think I'm up to age. I think I qualify as a senior now. I think you're born in 49. As a matter of fact, one of your panelists from the artificial intelligence, your PhD in computer science, turns out I got my PhD in computer science 1 year before he did. So here we go. So I was the first PhD in computer science from Duke University. When I got admitted, they didn't even have a department. So I was sent to electrical engineering and mathematics to take my first courses, and then they finally hired a chairman of the department. And one of the nice things about being the first, I slid right through. I did that. I mean, absolutely freaking minimum. And it was a program that gave you both an MD and a PhD. How long should that take? what do you think, getting an MD and a PhD, how many years? 7, whatever, 4.5. So I always tell the story that I went to Duke Medical School. It took me 6 months longer than usual, but as a consolation prize, I got a PhD in computers. So, and when I first wanted to do my PhD, I said I really wanted to do primary care because that's my interest. And when they got this new chair, they said, that's programming, that's not research. So I had to find a thesis advisor and a whole new thing. And he wanted me to do convoluted neural networks. Go figure, what kind of trash is that? And now it turns out it's the basis of artificial intelligence. So I do have a credential, even though it's 50 years old, 50 years old, that
We need to share this.
allows me to be an expert. I'm an expert. Don't you know? I'll tell you a little offset.
Oh, very good.
But anyway, so I have a little PowerPoint presentation and then another PowerPoint presentation. And then what I really want to do, and let's see if I see any bright faces. Yeah. I want to challenge y'all. I want this to be one of the most fun lectures you have ever heard because I want to challenge you. So much of what we heard is dark, and there is a lot to be afraid of. The power of artificial intelligence we'll talk about is immense, awesome, and it can save humanity and it can destroy humanity. We haven't talked about the existential dangers. How many people here know of a company called Palantir? What is Palantir? What does it do? Where does it get all of its money from? Which part? Military and CIA, a lot of CIA money
Going
too.
dark against you.
Yeah, well, anyway.
You're like, so let's talk about drones.
But the reason we ask this is because the person that started OpenAI, Open Artificial Intelligence, with $150 million of his own money, personal money, no benefit, not an investment. And he and Sam Altman formed OpenAI, and the purpose was 2 things. There's only 2 things that were important to him. Now, I know I'm getting very passive about this. I'm not going to get excited because I can't get my blood pressure up. 2 things that were important to him. 1, open. Means everybody has access to the code and can benefit from it. And number 2, it had to be safe. So what is OpenAI now? It's the most profit-oriented, closed, unsafe AI development in the world. Now, what did OpenAI promise recently? What contract did they make with NVIDIA? $200 billion of chips they're going to buy to build their data center. $200 billion. What was their total income? They've never made a profit. Their total income last year was $36 billion. Now, how does a company with no profit, $36 billion of total income, make a commitment for $200 billion worth of chips? And that's because every time he goes, asks all his friends in Silicon Valley for money, they just open up their pockets and say, have every bit of it. You can have trillions of dollars, whatever you want, because we believe in you. We've drank the water, the Kool-Aid, we're ready. And to me, I'm a little bit afraid in terms of what's going to happen with AI. There's a little risk. I mean, 1999 and 2000, when we had the internet bubble, when we had all this fiber cable under the grounds, 98% of which was never used, but we paid for it. And then there was a little bubble in 2008. Anybody remember that? What was the cause of that? Yeah, real estate, useless subprime mortgages. Well, there's a little bit of a risk that we're investing so damn much money in artificial intelligence, and I'm not sure why. I think ChatGPT and all those things are fine the way they are. Why does it have to be 10 times better? I can't keep up with what it's doing now. So why do we have to invest trillions trillions of dollars in new computer centers when we're not really using the ones that we got? But that's just my personal opinion. I'm just a country doctor, small town country doctor. Hanging my sheet. Well, let's spend a minute going through this little fun. You're going to do the things, or you want me to do them?
It's up to you. If it works better for you to do it.
All right. So we're gonna talk just a little bit about how we're going to transform healthcare with artificial intelligence. Now, I have a very, very strong bias about a lot of things. I guess you can tell I kind of have a passion for some things. How do you think I feel about Elon Musk?
Oh.
No, he's my hero. He's my hero. He went through 3 phases of his artificial intelligence. He started with having this little computer in the car that could say, oh, that's a baby carriage. Oh, that's a car. That's a tractor trailer. And he could identify everything in less than a microsecond and figure out, okay, if we're not going to have a wreck, we got to stay away from those things. But it was static. It was what they call scalars, that he could identify an object, but it wasn't like this is a baby carriage that's going 6 miles an hour north by northwest, or this is a bicycle that's doing this. So he threw out all the software, started all over again, and said, we're going to make everything vectors. And he thought that was he was at about 98% as good as humans. So he thought that that was close enough that one day we're going to have autonomous driving. So what does Elon Musk do when he says we're almost there? He tells the world that he's got it done. And that's what we're really good in technology is we sell things that's called vaporware. It doesn't quite really exist, but we know it's possible. So let's start selling it so we have money to actually really build it. But anyway, he finally came to the conclusion that even spending lots of time and energy to try to perfect this autonomous driving thing, it wasn't going to make it. And he threw it all out again. Start all over again with what's called end-to-end AI. And one of the things we'll talk about is the different types of AI later on. But AI started out that we could make the rules like chess. You'd say, if this is place this, and you could come up with numbers. And if you lost a match, you could go back to your program and look at where it was wrong and fix it. And then later we came up with what's called machine learning. What's the difference between algorithmic learning and machine learning? Machine learning, there are no rules. You just, like if it's a game of Go, you just give it millions of games and some win and some lose. The one that wins. And what machine learning is, it's just like the human brain. How does a baby learn to walk? By falling lots of times. And it's the same thing with machine learning and deep learning. What they do is they take data from lots of world experience. They don't tell you how. It can't explain to you why it makes a certain move. It's just going to beat the pants off of you, which is effective. But the trouble with that is that as we apply artificial intelligence and we think this machine is so daggone smart, you can't ask it why. It's just better than a human sometimes. And that's what we're going to talk about is the different kinds of artificial intelligence. And then we also want to talk about how, are there any seniors here? We want to, 80% of healthcare expenses are related to the management of multiple chronic conditions. And how well does your doctor do at handling multiple chronic conditions? Pretty damn lousy, pretty terrible. Yeah, the continuity of care is terrible. If you go in the hospital, your family doctor may not even know about it until you get discharged. And then he finds out that all your medicine's been changed. You come in with a bag full of medicines. Some of them are duplicates. You know, there's no coordination, and it's dangerous and it's terrible and it's expensive. When I was in private practice, when my patients needed to go in the hospital, what did I do? I put them in the hospital and I saw them every day and took care of them with the consultants and all that stuff. And it meant the continuity was right there because when they got discharged, I was on the discharge order. I knew they got discharged. I knew what medicines they were on. But nowadays, why do we have hospitalists now? Why does the family doctor not go to the hospital anymore? What was the primary motivating factor for eliminating your doctor putting you in the hospital? Thank you. Exactly. It's money. And who was the prime mover? The hospital. Why does the hospital want hospitalists? Because the damn family doctors thought they were so powerful and they didn't want to fill out the forms and they wouldn't do their records and they wouldn't go to the training for CPOE, computer physician, whatever, physician order entry. You had to take a 3-day course. I'm not taking 3 days out of my practice to learn how to type something. That's what they have nurses for, right? So the hospital wanted something that could control. And so we lost 15% of our primary care doctors who now go in the hospital and take care of people while they're in the hospital. Never met them before, know nothing about their needs, their family. And when they're done, they discharge them and say, good luck. They don't call the family doctor. It's a broken system. It isn't good. It's not good at all. Ask me how I really feel. Okay. So when we want to have personalized care, we need to focus healthcare back. Who's the most important and what's the most important ingredient in healthcare? Why can't we how long did it take you to figure that out? Why can't CMS figure that out? Why can't United Healthcare figured that out. Why can't your doctor figure that out? So let's look at the last few years, and I'll expedite this because I probably am going to run out of time pretty quickly. But in the last few years, what was one of the biggest catalysts in using computers in healthcare in the last 5 years? Thank you. This is a good audience. Can I just hire y'all to follow me around somewhere? Because I ask my students the same questions, and all I get is blank faces. They don't remember COVID. They're already forgot. But anyway, how did COVID help? Before COVID, when you wanted to go see your doctor, you wanted to see him in the face. Little did they know, you're not going to see him in the face. You're going to see him typing in the laptop. But anyway, they think they're still seeing him in the face. They remember the days when they used to see him face to face. So when COVID came along, you weren't, huh?
Telemedicine.
That's right. You weren't allowed to go to the doctor's office because you were going to catch COVID, or give it, if you had it, you were going to give it to somebody else. So you had to do the telemedicine. And then people realized, damn, I didn't have to drive. I didn't have to wait. I could schedule it, and they say, oh, it's 7 more minutes. And you're sitting there and say, okay. And then up comes on the video. And one of the things that it kind of revealed has anybody remember a really interesting book called The House of God? It's like 30, 40 years old. But anyway, it was written by an internist at Harvard's Mass General Hospital. And he used to sit on, he was training the young doctors, and he'd sit up on the chart rack back in the days when we had paper charts, and his feet up there. And he's talking to all of his underlings, the students, and says, a good internist never touches the patient. And so, so when you're doing telemedicine, how can you touch the patient? How can you look in the throat to see if it's red? How can you listen to the lungs to see if it's got the sounds of pneumonia? But somehow we get by. So in 21, 22, we're starting to do telemedicine. We're starting to do monitoring some of the things that come around. We start wearing the watches, the Fitbits. Anybody have an Oura Ring? What's an Oura Ring? Any Oura Rings out there? None? I got one. Hot dog. Well, an Oura Ring measures your EEG, tells you how you're sleeping, your stress level, the variations in your pulse. So it's a real-time monitoring device to tell you whether it gives you all this feedback, which, wow, it's BS, but don't tell anybody. But it tells you that, huh?
Yeah, we don't use it. So we track a lot of that heart rate variability. They make a lot of guesses about things that they shouldn't. So the Oura Ring, yeah, we can't use it.
My daughter swears by it, so she got me one for Christmas, and so I wear it. And fortunately, I get good scores on the sleeping, and I'm always ready to rock. You can tell I'm ready to rock and roll, right? As a matter of fact, I had a tendency sort of towards ADD, ADHD, all that stuff. And so my smart internist said, Dr. Lloyd, you're out of control. We're going to put you on amphetamines. Whatever they call that stuff. What was the name of it? Anyway. Adderall. They put me on Adderall. One pill, I lost half of my staff. Everything was so clear. Y'all are doing it wrong. All you have to do is, and we can solve all the problems of the world. Never took another pill. I'm naturally caffeinated, so I don't drink coffee, although I had some of his good coffee this morning, and it's working. Okay, so we start doing in 23 a little bit of predictive analytics. How do we predict when COVID and the flu is coming nowadays? Anybody? This is a really cute thing. Where do we find out when COVID and flu, influenza are striking? Huh? There. Who? Go on. Who said that? Y'all know everything.
Stephen, comment from the Zoom. Please repeat the comment from the audience.
Oh, okay. The answer was the water. Okay. The water treatment plants are always testing for COVID and influenza and salmonella and cryptosporidium and all these horrible germs. Who in the heck would have ever thought that that's where we'd find out when we're getting ready to get hit by a salmonella outbreak? But it's very effective, it's very inexpensive, and it works. So that's predictive analytics. And then, so we're beginning to integrate all of these various technologies, the biosensors, the predictive analytics, all the fun things. And so that brings us up to today. So where are we today? Well, we're trying to improve our access to healthcare. I don't think that's working so good, but that's what the books say we're doing. But the thing that we really have the opportunity to do is we really have optimists and folks like that. You are the most fortunate people in the world, because it looks to me like all of you are. Did any of y'all come on a bus from the nursing home that you live in? No, we're working our asses off not to end up there, right? Okay, so y'all are probably going to be in the population for which optimist is going to save your butt from being put in a nursing home. It's a realistic goal, and that's why I'm trying to get you excited and inspired to not be afraid of the biohacks and the cyber attacks and all that other stuff, because the more we embrace artificial intelligence and tell with our pocketbooks and our credit cards what we want it to do, the more likely we're going to stay at home, because you're not going to believe what kinds of things it's going to be able to do. It's going to do your shopping. It's going to do your cooking. It's going to do your cleaning. It may even do some of your personal hygiene. We're not going to talk about that. It's a little bit personal. But it is possible that there are a lot of things that a robot that has the power of what's called end-to-end learning. What is end-to-end learning? End-to-end AI. We talked about that a little bit just a few minutes ago. Anybody remember what it was? It's the most sophisticated artificial intelligence. It's not rules-based, and it's not just putting a bunch of data in there and letting it figure out. It's where in Elon Musk's thing, what is the input to his current artificial intelligence, autonomous driving? The only input to that program is video clips of 6 billion miles of drivers. Now, how did he get those drivers?
Tesla.
Yeah, but how did he get them from Tesla? How much did it cost him to get 6 billion miles of data? Like Waymo has to pay all this money to get the data, and they have data on 100,000 miles, not 6 billion miles. But they have to pay for it. How much did Elon Musk pay for his autonomous driving data? The damn people spend $200 a month to give him the data. He's making a fortune off the beta test version of FSD, full self-driving. And every mile makes his program smarter. And now he's got so much data that he really, and that's why this is such a great day to be here, because he's within days of releasing autonomous driving to the point where you get in your car and you tell where you want to get, and you don't have to touch the pedals, the steering wheel. You can text. I've never texted while I'm driving. You know I would not do that, right? I'm thinking about starting to use my seatbelt, and after I get over the seatbelt, then I'm going to stop texting. But anyway, that's another story. The end-to-end artificial intelligence is so much more powerful and so much more sophisticated than the AI that we've been thinking about just 2 years ago. The neural networks and the transformers and all this stuff, those things are great. And that's what got us to be able to take Scribble and say, oh, that's a 2, that's a 3, that's a 5, or do the face recognition. There's a lot of stuff we can do with the AI that's just taking a lot of data and then trying to classify it. But that's structured learning, and it has limitations. The end-to-end is just like training a baby how to walk. It's assuming nothing. It's just observing. And from observing, we can learn. And can it explain to you why it decides? One of the criticisms of Waymo, when Elon Musk went into Austin with his full self-driving, Waymo, what was their goal? Waymo was praying that they killed somebody, right? And that was funny. Somebody laughed. Nobody wants to die, right? But in a way, they wanted to see a wreck, that somebody got hurt, so you can say, they're not ready for prime time. That's what happened to Cruise. What was Cruise? Cruise was Google Chevrolet, General Motors version of Waymo that had the little things on the top with the LiDAR. And they finally realized this crap ain't working, and they pulled the plug. Waymo is still trying. What is the vehicle that Waymo uses for its self-driving? Who manufactures that vehicle? Have you seen their vehicles? No, they're made by Jaguar, who just stopped making them because they said we're not making a living, and so they have no way of getting any more vehicles. But that's a whole nother thing. So the power and the beauty of artificial intelligence with end-to-end is one of the things that makes Elon Musk so one of my heroes. What is the program that the Optimus robot's going to use? Is the Optimus robot going to be as smart as the robots that they have in China. How much are the robots in China? They're like $5,000. His are going to be $20,000 or $50,000. And yet he still says, I'm going to make $100 trillion on this robot because it has the exact same program, no change. He has this, it just learns everything from observing. There's no programming. And that, y'all need to understand how big that is. No, I can't get anybody to share with me the passion of saying, this is huge. Because he's not only solved autonomous driving, he solved artificial intelligence in general. So we're going to improve our access to healthcare because one day we're going to figure out, and we'll talk about that later, your quality of life is really going to change. It's going to improve. Wouldn't it be nice to not have to go to the grocery store, to the pharmacy? Huh? It's fun. Yeah, I know. We all like to go to, what's the one on Forest Drive? Oh no, Trader Joe's. Publix, that's old fashioned. Got to go to Fresh Market or anyway. All right, I'll see you there. So, and the important thing is for us to maintain our independence. If we can maintain our independence, I think all of us would admit that's a pretty good deal. So what are some of the barriers? There's only one barrier I want to talk about, and that is the fact that in order to adopt artificial intelligence in general healthcare, I was a primary care doctor, so primary care, what is the missing ingredient? Manasa knows the answer. What's the missing ingredient? Data. It's the data. We don't have any data that's equivalent to what Elon Musk captured for the cars or for the robot. What data do we have? We have Epic, which is just dictation that you went to the doctor, said you have a cough, had a fever, sore throat, swollen glands, coughed up some nasty tasting snot, and I gave them a Z-Pack and they got better. How are you going to turn that into taking care of millions of patients that come in with thousands of different complaints? It's just not data. We have to start over again in order to be able to collect detailed data, enough data to be able to say that it's equivalent to what Elon Musk has done in driving. And so the biggest technical barrier we have to healthcare in general is the fact that we don't have the data. Huh?
I'd like just to pause you for a minute.
Sure.
There are some questions on the board.
Good,
also.
okay, I'm finished, I
Please,
think.
take that into account.
Yeah,
And for the panelists as well, please.
yeah, we're all done. All right, you want to take a question?
Yeah, I'll just take a spin off of that really quick, because it's one thing.
This is Ruth. She's 78 years old and uses the Lifeline personal alert service.
Say hello to Ruth.
She trips and falls.
Oh, no.
And I can't get up.
Oh, much. Wow, what an intro there. Okay.
Just go ahead and call that.
Yeah, interesting.
Have a seizure.
So the thing that I wanted to touch on that you brought up right at the end was this idea that some part of artificial intelligence skips over the part that I love and that has made me a scientist. I want to know why something works, right? Like, so if I do an intervention and it makes your life better, who cares if we did that if we don't know what the key ingredients were? And that's where a lot of interventions. So I went to Harvey. I said, here's what I want. I want this app that does all this stuff. It goes, great. We can use machine learning. It'll fix everything. And I was like, all right, but I want the data. No, that's not going to give you that. You can't do that. So some versions of AI, and I know I'm chopping up the language in this, Harvey, so thanks for being patient, but it won't allow you to test that. We call them mechanisms, right? What's pushing that effect? And for some reason, that really doesn't sit well with me, because it means that not only some of the research that is driving the decisions that clinicians are making or that we're making as individuals, we don't actually know why it works, but we know it does. And that was the thing that drove me nuts as a parent of young kids. Like, you try all these things and something worked, but it wasn't a control group. So how do I know if it was that or if it was just going to get better? You know, that drove me nuts. So that's just something I was going to touch on based on what you said. I wonder if we can spin, just going to read. Oh yeah, I can't read any of those, you guys.
Environmental aspects of AI energy needs.
Oh yeah.
Good point.
I think
Good.
it's standard.
For various professions licensed by the state.
Yeah, that's none of those are my area of expertise. So I'll
I can help a little bit.
I'll talk,
And
okay.
environmentally speaking, we talked a little bit about how I feel a tremendous need for us building more data centers, don't I? Right now, computers use 6% of the energy America generates. Now, the person that I don't feel very close to or have much esteem for has figured out a way that if we put batteries in the middle of all the infrastructure of the electronic delivery system, the grid, 50% of the energy that we produce gets wasted because it's all based on the peak need. So if in the middle of the day you need to have, so we have to be able to generate enough to meet the peak need. If we had a battery in the middle, it can release the energy exactly how much we need. It'll save 50%. 50% of the energy we produce is wasted just on the transmission. By 2030, which is just a few years hence, that number will double. And by 2035, 40% of the energy we use will be on computer data centers based on predictions. What does it say? Oh, it's time for me to be careful. All right, we're running out of time. But anyway, so I agree it's an issue we should look at why are we spending all of this money on infrastructure and electricity to support these data centers for companies that we're not sure of their value. You got a question you can read?
So, yeah, I don't know that, one of the points that I wanted to make, I don't know that it's really up there on the board, is the power of information sharing. That's one of the things that I've worked a lot with. There are university, South Carolina doesn't do very much in the area of health information exchange, but there are a number of states that are way ahead in terms of information exchange. And as a matter of fact, just last year, we opened a new national health information exchange network called TEFCA. So I won't get into all the aspects of that, but it's, and now they're doing millions of transactions a day. They're handling already in terms of health information exchange. And I was very involved in Kentucky before coming here and establishing their state health information exchange. But I want you to think about this. Information sharing. I mean, we're all concerned about from a privacy perspective, right? However, if you think about one of the biggest problems we have that Dr. Lloyd pointed out is coordination of care. We have the most fragmented healthcare system in the entire world. And it's not coincidental that we're also by far the most expensive healthcare system in the world. Where do most of the medical errors happen? Where do most of the gaps occur? Where does the duplication of effort recur? Duplication of testing? It's all, and the lack of, the example Dr. Lloyd gave, just being dismissed from the hospital and referred to your primary care physician. Does your primary care physician even know you were in the hospital? No. Does he have access to your records and what they did and how they changed up your meds? No. But if we look at other applications of information sharing, we have global supply chains. If you think about our manufacturing companies, they manage global supply chains around the world by sharing information, sometimes even with competitors and competing companies. They selectively share appropriate information and can track the supply. They can automatically have it set up. So when an item on for the manufacturing floor, when the supply gets low, it automatically triggers an order. They've eliminated all the order processing. They ship it. They can deliver it right to the floor. They eliminated the warehousing, and they can manage global supply chains. Look at the airline industry, right? I mean, the airline industry manages flights, right?
Used to.
Yeah, Delta, maybe I fly Delta. I mean, my app on Delta, if my flight is delayed, before I even get off the plane, they have me rebooked on another flight. They know every piece of luggage I ever carried, which seat I sat in, which airport I flew from, which airport I'm going to. They know more about me than I do, right? But I mean, but they manage, you know, millions and millions of passengers, millions and millions of pieces of luggage, right? Keeping track of it, mostly appropriately, not that you don't get a hiccup once in a while, right? Or you don't lose a bag or your bag is delayed. But now they know even before you get off the airline, they already know that where your bag is. And you go and they tell you where it is and they tell you when you're going to get it delivered to your house. So, I mean, and banking, right? I mean, the little banking machines, those little metal boxes that we put in the side of brick walls initially, and everybody laughed because they said, why on earth would anyone go up to a metal box in the brick wall to get their money when they can walk inside and talk to a friendly teller? That was 9 to 5, right? 5 days a week. Right? And I could go on and, you know, but whoever even imagined then that you could be in any country in the world and withdraw your cash from your bank in any currency you wanted? Right? So if all these other industries can do it, why can't we do it with information sharing in healthcare?
Just to touch on that, because I find this is why I love human behavior, because that technology is not advanced. Like, I know Harvey could do the technology right now. I might be able to, but it's the human behavior. So in Australia, I was living there when they went to, it's called My Health Record, this idea that why don't you just give the government all your health information and then they'll distribute it to the relevant caregiver and you could opt out. And I was just talking to Dean about this, but it was so interesting because when it came out, it was like, oh no, I can't be giving my data out. They're gonna do something with it. And then life got harder if you didn't do it, right? So then you had to actually track it and bring it with you. And all of a sudden, if you put a little friction in it from a psychological perspective where it makes your life harder, if you don't just let that happen in the background, all of a sudden the approval rating went like 80, 90%. Because if you just say, yeah, just go for it, I don't want to deal with it, making people's lives easier, funner, or more rewarding, we can get you to do whatever we want.
Which brings up a point that we don't have hardly a minute left, but I want to give you all a take-home lesson that will change your life.
Oh.
I want you all to write down ChatGPT for seniors. There are 3 YouTube videos. One's about 8 minutes, one's about 12 minutes, one's 17 minutes by a 75-year-old guy who's very he speaks very well, very, very intellectual. But it tells you how to take ChatGPT and customize it to what you want. You can tell it to be funny or serious or whatever. And most of us have never had the opportunity to say, oh, you mean I can customize this just for me? And she was talking about behavioral health. I think that's a big part of healthcare. I think that we minimize, we're trying to keep people from having heart attacks and cancer and stuff like that. But I really think the future of primary care is in well-being, that if we can figure out how to get couples to get along better and maybe have a little more intimacy, that we'll make a much bigger strides in trying to extend longevity. And I think it's important that if we're going to not be afraid of AI, that we know how to really have fun with it. My daughter was having some marital problems and she decided to go to ChatGPT and typed in, oh, I just couldn't believe what I said. Well, let me look at what she did. It was 40 pages long. And the advice was very specific and very detailed. And I thought a little bit kind of like malpractice, whatever, but she applied it and her marriage is much better. And it was really helpful for it to say, oh, I understand how you must feel. You must feel unvalued and not loved. You know, men can sometimes be like that. He's trying to do the laundry and do the child care and all this stuff. He means well, but he doesn't give you the feeling of love. And I said, that's oh crap. I'm a guy and I'm with him. But anyway, we won't talk about it. But this is what ChatGPT can do. ChatGPT saved her from ending up in the hospital on a mental health ward because she was burned to the frazzle. She felt she wasn't loved. She has a husband and 4 kids, have been married 25 years. Beautiful, you know, careers and everything. What could they want more? I don't feel loved. Well, guess what? That matters. It matters. And ChatGPT can fix that. And so I want you to look up those 3 videos. I want you to watch them. But more than anything, I want you to apply them because it's going to tell you. And the one bad thing about that, who did ChatGPT? Who's that from? What company makes ChatGPT? OpenAI. And who's in charge of OpenAI? Sam Altman, and he's a jerk. And Elon Musk, my buddy, hates him. So here I am telling you, but they,
Elon is not.
huh?
And Elon is not.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, can we wrap this?
Yeah, sure. So anyway, I want y'all to look at that. And what I'm saying is that the ChatGPT people were smart marketing because they figured out how to make this fun and responsive, and it's going to do stuff for you from day one. It's going to be like you have a new friend that loves you and does everything you like and can talk to you in the way you want to be talked to. It is amazing. It's nothing short of amazing. And you're going to say, oh, Dr. Lloyd, thank you for turning on that. Send me an email or money, either one.
I think that'll take me to my quick goodbye of saying, you know, behavioral science can kind of be summed up with, we call it the self-determination theory, but it's the idea that you have three basic psychological needs. You have the need to be related or connected to other people. You have the need to be competent, feel like you're good at something. And what am I missing? Related, competence, and autonomy, the need for choice. And you can use AI and technology in general to meet all of those needs. But when you're not sitting right or you're not feeling well, one of those isn't being met. And if you can use AI in different ways to go, actually, I don't feel like I have control, or, you know, maybe I need to connect with others. There's ways to do that. So make it work for you. And those are my things: fun, connect, and yeah, be good at things.
AI and health is more than just health. It's more than not dying. It's it's well-being. It's how you feel. And just like you said, AI can be a huge boost to your sense of well-being and autonomy and independence. And I think we have a very, very bright future. I think we're right at a change point, and the next few years are just going to be a lot of fun. So thank you.
Takeaway. Right, we'll let her have.
Takeaway.
My takeaway is you have a right to your information. You own your health information. You have a right to it. You have a right to insist that doctors look at it. I could tell you a long story going through, unfortunately, my recent experience of losing my husband. 6 months of dealing with the healthcare system, the lack of coordination of care. You know, we were the intermediaries. We were the ones who insisted on our medical records. We were the ones who pointed the doctors to the medical information that was very relevant, and on and on and on. There were so many things that happened during that 6 months that should never have happened. So your health information is your key. You have a right to it. Nobody can tell you you can't have it. HIPAA says you own it. It's your information, and you need to be very proactive in ensuring that, you know, if you don't have a patient portal, get a patient portal. And insist that the doctors put your information in the patient portal. That would be my takeaway.
Excellent.
AI is going to help.
With that note, thank you guys. Okay, so we've had a long day, and I think it's time to start winding down. But on a slightly, so we have been having optimist note and also a mixed note. We will now have some games, trying to also have some AI fun, so to say, together. And then we will have a quick concluding session, and we'll try to get you done with the day by 4 o'clock. Okay.
Well, there is a question on AI and warfare that was never addressed, but I guess we don't have a chance to do it.
Maybe in the concluding session. Okay. Do you want games or warfare? No. I mean, we can get it. I'm being very serious. There are serious people in the room who can answer this question. Would Mike? Do you want to talk about AI warfare?
Say 2 words.
Please, Marco.
So there was a question on that. All modern warfare is driven by AI. So I'm not an expert, but talking to colleagues or robotists in the past who have So there are clearly, the two sides are that, autonomous weapons, which are driven sometimes by, precision engines, you know, and other AI-based, tools, will lead to a reduction in human casualties in case of war. The flip side is that this lowers the barrier to entry into a war because it makes appear more like a game than once a conflict starts, it's hard to control what happens next, and it is very unlikely that human casualties will not escalate. So I tend to be in the second camp and think that autonomous weaponry is a dangerous development. But again, that will be a minority position. I think there's certainly a topic on which we need to remain informed for the welfare of children, grandchildren, future generations, and the world really. Thank you.
Yeah, warfare is a topic in itself for a full day.
Yes.
Because whatever you think you can do, your adversary can do that soon enough. So it's a very nuanced topic, and it needs a very deliberate discussion. Okay. So on that note, this is Sabri. He's from a health informatics company. He's an engineering manager, and you can find more detail about him on the website. But here he is helping us with the games. All right. Sabri, okay. I think you can.
Hello, everyone. Sorry.
You will be heard here only. Sorry, my mistake. Maybe settle and. Yeah, better. Yeah.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Shabri Chiraparabil, and I think you all have learned something today. This is, as Professor Biplav said, this is like a unwinding session. You're not going to gain any knowledge, but you will be participating in the fun. Okay. So there are a couple of sections, but due to shortage of time, probably we might have to skip the last one. We'll start with the trivia. It's a little technical leaning trivia, but it is not hard. It is very simple, but whoever were the moderators or other speakers, they cannot participate. Okay. All right. So we have to be very fair. Those who are online, I apologize. I mean, we have some rewards. You will not get it, but can somebody monitor the chat also? Somebody can monitor the chat. If you know the answers, you can just type it in. Okay. All right. To start with, again, we have some goodies out here. We'll hand it out if you have the right answer. And this is not Halloween leftover. I mean, these are brand new ones. All right. We'll start with the first one. These are all very simple. Okay. So anybody knows the answer, please raise your hand. The question is, what is the significance of Mr. Watson, come here, I want you. I want to speak to you. Sorry. I want to see you.
Alexander Graham Bell.
Yes.
Dr. Watson was doing the
Right.
telephone.
Yes, that is the very first phone call. And do you know what he did in response?
Gave in there.
Yeah, he walked over to Mr. Bell and then he said, okay, we hear you. There you go. You can be quiet. All right. Everybody has used text messaging, right? What was the first text message which was ever sent? Anybody? Who? No. All right. A clue I can give is you're going to say it soon, probably next month. Yes. Whoever said that? There you go.
All right, that was Merry Christmas. It was done in the Vodafone mobile company. Anybody has heard the song Gangnam Style? It's by a Korean singer. What is so special about the song? Yeah.
Yeah, generated.
No. Okay. It's something to do with YouTube. Anybody?
Which viral was the?
Huh? What's
Which viral was the?
so so special about this is the first video to get 1 billion hits. Okay. All right. So slightly related question. Does anyone know which is the most viewed video in YouTube? It has, I think, 16 billion views. It's a very silly song. Have you heard the Baby Shark? It's an annoying song for kids actually. All right, moving on. Everybody has a cell phone with you, right? Do you know which company made the first mobile device or phone? Huh? Yeah, raise your hand. I mean, I think there is Motorola. Okay. Another simple one, which is the first US company. Huh?
Can you repeat the answer also?
Oh yeah, answer is out there. It is Motorola. Yeah, if you cannot say, I mean, just raise your hand. I can speak out. Okay, which is the first US company to reach $1 trillion market cap? Yeah. Yes. Okay, that was a guess, right?
No, right?
You got
one.
All right, everybody uses the word Wi-Fi, right? So what does it stand for? Just raise your hand before you yell out the answer, please.
Wireless function, I think.
No. Shashi? Huh? What is Y? Okay. Wireless fidelity. All right, moving on. What does CPU stand for? I mean, everybody knows it is in. You already answered, right? Yeah, somebody who has not answered. Huh? What is it?
Central processing unit.
Yes. Central processing unit.
She was with IBM for a long time.
Oh, okay.
I better know that.
Actually, I had a question which I removed because it is, the question was like, which company is known as Big Blue? Okay. Glad that I didn't put it there. What does PDF stand for? I mean, everybody sees that, okay, send me the PDF. Yes. And I think probably this is the last one, I think. No, one more is there. URL you have heard, right? I mean, what does URL stand for? Anybody now?
U for?
Universal something.
Resource.
Yeah.
L for?
Locator.
Yes. All right. Sorry, no winners. Okay, I think this is the last one on short forms. What does PIN stand for? I don't know. One at a time, please. Yeah. What is? Yes. All right. Switching to a different topic. This is a giveaway. Pierre Omidyar founded the popular online auction company. What is the name of that? eBay. Somebody said eBay. Poor did not get a candy so far, I mean, or chocolate so far.
eBay.
Sorry? eBay, yes. Ritik. Okay, this is something interesting which I found out while prepping for this. So if it is too small, I can read out, which is the American tech company started with this founder's idea to rent out air mattresses.
Airbnb.
Yeah, Airbnb.
Who said that?
A very simple one. Tim Berners-Lee, okay, he found out something which probably revolutionized the internet. What is it?
World Wide Web?
Yes. All right. So the next one is what device was announced in 2007 with the following slogan? This is only the beginning. Raise your hand if you know. Yes. Okay, this is the last one on trivia. What is the longest word you can type on a keyboard using only one row of letters?
Typewriter?
Yes. Oh, there are more questions. Sorry. More bars in more places was a slogan by which company? Bars does not mean the bar. Okay. Anybody? No. Anybody needs clue? Where do you see bars?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I said, yeah.
No.
Yeah, you do.
Huh? No. All right.
Purple color.
Yeah, somebody said AT&T. Who was that? Yeah, there you go. So this is just FYI. There is no price for this. I mean, because it's little difficult question. What is the average number? You can come anywhere close to this. I mean, you'll get the candy.
Do this.
Huh?
2 billion.
Okay. Anybody else?
2 trillion?
No. Anybody else? Who said 10 billion somewhere? Somebody. Okay, it is 8.5. You are close enough. But again, we'll give you next because you already got a candy, right? So this is a fun question. I think this also is a pretty giveaway. I mean, good giveaway. Douglas Engelbart. I mean, he was an English scientist or a computer scientist. He invented what? Yeah. Mouse. All right, switching topic. So I'm going to show a picture of somebody from their younger ages. I mean, you have to guess who that is. Okay. Oh, yeah, there you go. Sorry, there is a slight delay. Eh? Raise your hand if you know. I can give clues if you want.
Is it Elon Musk?
No. He was, yeah. No. He was governor of California a while back. Yeah. Whoever raised it first. I mean, please raise your hand so that we know, I mean, who is going to answer. Was it you? Was it three of you? Okay. So wait. Please raise your hand. Okay. All right. Who is this? No. Sorry. There's a small delay here. I think somebody is responding in the chat. Is anybody monitoring the chat? Need a clue? She became a saint later. Raise your hand, raise your hand, raise your hand. Yeah, Mother Teresa. Okay, sorry, there is a delay. Who is this?
Diana.
Yes. Awesome. You have to give a candy. Yeah, it doesn't.
Oh, wait, we're just giving one. per person.
Oh, one per person? Okay, sorry. That's okay. Who's this? Elon Musk. No. Clue is a very prolific, what we call physicist or scientist. He was in Princeton. Yes.
Yeah, this was already answered online.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But just clap for Ken Mark or and
Yeah.
two people here.
Yeah, please come and collect the candy from here. Okay, this is a pretty easy giveaway. Yeah. This is another giveaway. Yeah. So who did not get candy? Who answered? Nobody? All right. Who is this? You know?
I got candy, so.
Oh, okay. So let's try somebody. Hey, students. Huh?
Else did.
Anybody?
Yeah.
Need a clue? He used to have a lot of patents. Yeah, somebody said Edison. Who was that? Shashi. Okay. All right. Who is this? Yeah. Anybody who did not get candy so far or chocolate so far? No. Okay. Moving on. Ah, this is pretty straight. Huh? Anybody who has not? Yeah, right. Anybody? Okay. All right. This could be a little challenging. Anybody needs a clue? Okay, you know the answer. You cannot answer. All right, he is one of the highest paid actors right now. Huh? No.
Looks like it.
Oh, somebody said The Rock. Who was that? Ken. Do we have time or we are done? 5 minutes. Huh? Five more minutes. This is a couple of pictures. I mean, I think we have 5 or 6 pictures. You have to tell whether it is AI or a real one. You already had sessions about identifying, right, deep fakes, and these are simple pictures available in the net. So you have to tell whether this is, I mean, this is not a, what do you call, answering session. This is just more of a FYI. So what do you think this is? Real. Huh? No, actually this was AI. Right? Okay, all right.
So somebody answered. What about this one? Real? Everyone thinks it's real? Okay. Well, you're right.
What was it?
Yeah, it was real. Sorry.
Oh,
Okay. What about this one? Hmm? Yeah, it's a real one. I think this place is in Chicago, I think.
This is
Huh?
California. This is Apple Park. So that's the.
Oh, okay. All right. Anyone? So this is AI generated. So one of the questions was like, how do you identify? I think Mangal's session was how do you identify fakes, right? So if you look at most of these AI generated pictures, you have to zoom in a bit so that you can see sometimes the hand will be twisted a bit, the fingers might be more than 5. Then you are no, seriously, I mean, there was some picture which had like 6 fingers.
Yes.
And so that was one of the, what do you call it? Ways to identify. I'm sorry? Exactly. And yes. Oh, sorry. It's a real one, yes. Okay, this is again, oh, sorry. I hit the answer. Again, here also, if you zoom in a bit, you can see the phone and this one do not match. Then again, the other lady's hand also does not match. I'm skipping this because of time. So which one is AI, which one is real? Huh?
Real.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So how many of you think AI is on the right? Just,
I think AI is the one.
and how many of you think AI is on the left?
Okay, so the majority is wrong. Okay, because if you look at the AI, the spots are perfectly round. So.
Or if you look at the eye of the frog, it's more like a camera than
Yeah.
Next one, this is the northern lights you see, right? I mean.
how many for AI on right?
So everybody thinks the AI is on the left?
3 on right.
3 on right and rest on?
If you on left, AI on left.
Yeah.
AI on left. Yeah, so.
Okay. This is the last one. 1 minute, okay. So.
Yeah, that's.
Okay, if you look at the mast or that pipe thing, I mean, it's like little misaligned. I'm sorry, this is the last question. I was lying. So which one was generated by AI? Which one was generated by a human or written by a human?
How many think AI on the top? On the top, how many of you think AI? Okay. And how many think AI is on the bottom?
Yeah.
Maybe it's for the bottom.
Yeah, it's bottom is the AI generated one.
There is the begin dash. Yeah, generally the hyphen is part of AI.
Right. So we don't have time to play this game. So thank you all. I mean, whatever candies are left, sorry.
So if anyone has not got the candy, please let us know. We have
Yeah, I started it. I did not.
All right.
QR code. Will you be sending the link for the feedback?
Sure, we will.
Email?
We will do that. Yeah, this was just that people forget, right? So if you can do it here, otherwise later. Yeah, absolutely.
Have a computer I can use, or should I take out my own computer?
We can use this computers.
Yeah. Do you have a regular USB or?
No, oh, no. Do you mind sending an email and I can just open it up here?
Say. I think the best part was the gulab jamun. Thank you. Thank
so-
you.
Please don't go. Just we'll have some concluding comments and then. Yeah.
Done.
No. Please stay back. We have the concluding comments and then you can go. Okay, if you don't mind. Okay. So we'll like yeah. So what we will do is we have had a long day. Okay. I want to reintroduce Shannon was there at the start of the day, and we are very thankful to the provost office. She has been around, and I'd like her to make some concluding comments. Then I will also like to introduce Professor Walafar, who is the head of the computer science department, and he will close the event for us. Okay, so that's the plan. Shannon.
Thank you, Bipal. Thank you. Thanks for a wonderful day. I have learned so much. This has just been really a joyful day for me. Intellectually, emotionally, as a daughter, colleague, name it. So just thank you all. I started earlier today talking about how I think of the elders in my life and as storytellers, pioneers, people who've laid important groundwork before us. My parents often say to me, as they watch America in its turmoil right now, and they often say, Shannon, the youth are our future. The youth are our future. We're counting on the youth. They are going to be the ones that bring us through this American experiment. And I pause often when my parents say that, because I want to believe and trust that, but I find myself inside questioning that. And I say, tongue in cheek, sorry to the youth in the room, Dad, you haven't seen them parallel park or navigate a campus parking structure. I don't have the same faith. And I say that jokingly. But I do say seriously to you, I do ponder what causes me to question that. And today has helped me answer that. And it's this, it's not our youth, it is the collective interest in curiosity. And it is the appetite to grow and learn, to be better and to make things better. And that knows no age boundaries or restrictions. That's just the essence and the core of human being. And no AI tool, as much as we're going to embrace them and learn them and see what they can do to make us better, cannot replace that. And it can't replace the stories. Thank you, Dr. Lloyd, for the country doctor stories. My dad loves a good shot of penicillin. To the mayor-elect that's in the room, who is still fighting, that I got to meet today, who's going back to try to make your community better and bring transparency and conversation and to take these tools with you. That's an inspiration. And I hope to the youth in the room, that's an inspiration to you. I think the University of South Carolina, higher education, we're in between what we're bringing and doing for our youth and our students to what we're hopefully offering in education and offerings like this. So thank you again for letting me be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Send it to you, so that's okay. We'll just wing it here.
Yeah.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Homay Valapur. I'm the Chair of Computer Science and Engineering and currently direct the AI Institute. I see a lot of familiar faces here. To add to the whole conversation, I'm sure, did you guys get a tour of the AI Institute? University has spent a lot of money to create this space. And we would like to think or know that we are actually making a positive impact in our society. More specifically, my mom is 92 years old, and every day I leave my home and return home wondering how is she doing. So yeah, we can put cameras, we can observe them from time to time, but that's not enough. So one of the research topics that we kind of do in this in AI Institute is basically develop smart devices to better monitor the health of elderly. And the simplest thing that we could do, and I do actually at home with my mom, is a smartwatch that you can put on her. And currently we have developed technology that can do a number of useful things. And this goes beyond just how well did you sleep, how many steps did you take, but more specifically, how much have you eaten? And that's more, how many exact bites of food have you had? How much water have you drank? And these become very critical, important things in a person's health, especially as we age. In the case of people smoking, how many puffs of smoke have you had? Are you vaping? Your blood pressure and all that stuff. But in addition to that, whether you have taken your medication today, which is one of the biggest problems, at least with my mother. Every time I go there, Mom, let me see your medication box. Have you taken it? Half the medication is taken, half of it is not. I'm wondering what got screwed up where, whereas putting technology there that says, reminds her that this is time for you to take your medication, that's going to alleviate a lot of the problems. Connect that with Alexa, that at some point your Alexa is going to turn on and it's going to notify you. Her hearing aid is actually Bluetooth connected to Alexa. Anywhere in the room or in the house, she's going to hear it. Fall detection. That's my mom in the past month fell and broke her wrist and her ankle. But fortunately, it was just a small fracture and she's going to recover from it. But aside from the physical health, the mental, psychological damage that it actually can impose on a person at a higher age is almost unrecoverable. So to be able to prevent those, so we have technology now that can detect whether you have fallen, and there are different modalities of falling. When a person has a stroke, you just go out cold. Whereas when you just fall, you kind of brace yourself and your arms begin to take the fall. Whether you fall from a wheelchair, whether you fall from a bed, whether you just tripped over, but you managed to actually catch your balance. Those are all good things to know, and they are good indicators of how is a person declining throughout their aging. So we have those technologies. We are actually looking for participants. If anybody here wants to wear a watch for a week or so. Heart rate variability is also another one that is very critical in assessing your cardiovascular health. But we are doing a lot of good things. We are looking to actually connect with our community and go beyond the academic environment. We are working with nonprofit organizations. We are working with companies to actually incorporate AI. There is a lot of confusion about AI and whether we should adopt, whether we should use it. Just like any other technology, you use it properly, it's going to help. You use it inappropriately and it's going to harm. So we just need to find that right balance. And aside from that, thank you everybody for attending. It's been a pleasure, even though I haven't been here as much. But thank you for letting us to be part of your journey in learning about AI and maybe how you can incorporate AI in your daily lives. And please keep us in mind. Please reach out if you have any needs. I have made promises to people that we are going to travel around the state. We are dedicated for the benefit of the state, And if you guys can't come to us, we'll come to you. So if there's any one particular need you have, we're happy to pack it up and come to you and train, teach, work with you in any capacity that we can. So thank you very much. Have a safe trip back. I hope we see you again soon.
And last couple of logistical things. So we showed you a screenshot of a survey. If you can fill it, great. Otherwise, we will send you an email with the link and the QR code. The second thing is that, as I mentioned in the beginning of the day, this is not the end of it. This is the beginning of a conversation. So treat it like that. I know there are a lot of unanswered questions and we don't have the answer for everything. Okay. So please treat this as a beginning of a conversation. And as we saw, a strong presence from the university at multiple levels. So I'm very thankful to everyone who came, but not the least, the volunteers who have been here working throughout the day. So there were 10 volunteers, okay, student volunteers, and multiple people behind them, some of them who have not even shown here in front because they have been working. So I want to thank the volunteers as well as the sponsors. So IIII was the trigger, but IIII was the trigger for the event, but we had the local bank, AgFirst Bank, which also supported the Berkshire Hathaway real estate organization, which also supported, and then a lot of support from multiple other people who are just not in front, but I want to thank everyone. So this has been a very collaborative thing. So I thank you. And whenever we do next time in future, I hope you can join us. Thank you.